So Aryna Rybakina, number 6th seed here at the Australian Open, a former Wimbledon champion, up against the heavy-hitting Madison Keys, who, as I mentioned, has been in great form over the summer, taking the Adelaide tournament. That was a WTA 500, beat her good friend Jessica Pegula in that final, and has continued her form here right through deep into the Australian Open. Second week, when we're getting down to the business end of the event, and as you can see, it's been a racket change for Madison Keys, and it's been a good change as well. Aryna Rybakina, just a few little niggles with the back we saw in her previous round, where she received treatment several times, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Ladies, before we start, at the end of the coin toss, please face that way for a photo with Isabel, all right? Usual conditions like till now: serve clocks in the corners, towel racks. This is easy. Red, blue. Electronic line calling is live. System calls all the lines. We do have VR on this court, and you can challenge almost everything else except line calling, all right? I think that's about it. Free crowd movement, you know that. If you need anything, something's wrong, let me know. Questions? No? You want to ask Madison something? Ask. There it is. Photo, please, ladies. Easy, stay with them for a photo. Face me there.
And he's a fighter for the ages, the young, he's built great small as well. Couple of champions out there too.
So Aryna Rybakina winning the toss and electing to serve. Two big servers. Probably two of the biggest you would imagine in the women's game. Well, my name's Josh Eagle, and a very good afternoon to you, Chanda Rubin, who's joining us in the booth. And of course, we've got Storm Hunter courtside. We'll get down to Storm a little bit later, but Chanda, very good afternoon to you.
I'm looking forward to this one. Good afternoon. The first day here on Margaret Court Arena, and Madison Keys has been impressive. She's a big hitter. We know the weapons that she has at her disposal, but she seems, Keys, like she is putting it together. She's calm. She looks relaxed out there in tough moments, more relaxed than she has at times in the past, and I think it has absolutely helped her tennis.
But you can see a WTA ranking of 14, and we must mention, did get married just 6 weeks ago, so life is good for Madison Keys. But for me, when you look at the top ranking that she's sort of sat at or reached really over the last decade, she's really been in the top 15, top 10 for the last 10 years. So it's an incredible career of consistency. The one final at the US Open, but yet to sort of push further than that.
Yeah, she has been consistently in and out of the world's top 10 or just outside of it. She had some additional injuries at the end of 2023 when it looked like it was another jump-off point for Madison Keys getting to another U.S. Open semifinal. But if you remember last season, she didn't start until Indian Wells, so it was a bit abbreviated, and yet she still made up some good ground, Keys did.
Certainly did. Up against Aryna Rybakina today. Our number 6th seed played the United Cup, where it was solid without being outstanding in Perth. Went over to Sydney, got a match in Sydney. So there's just that question mark for me over the body, and when we saw her getting treatment in the last match, Chanda.
Yeah, I mean, she hasn't dropped a set yet, and so that certainly has to help Rybakina physically, not having to overextend herself, Rybakina, in these lead-up matches to this 4th round. But you expect to see some kind of spark. She also hits the ball big, the serve. We're expecting to see that time and time again in this match. It's how Rybakina sets up her points, how she takes initiative, and that's going to be the key against a fellow big hitter in Madison Keys.
Head-to-head, Madison Keys and Aryna Rybakina. It's 2-all. The last meeting was in Miami. Rybakina winning that in straight sets. In fact, winning the last 2 matches. They played 3 times in 2022, where Madison got the first 2 wins. and then it has been Rybakina the last 2. So
well, if you remember that Miami match, that was Keys' second tournament back, and so she was coming. She was right there, but Rybakina far and away just ready and would get to that Miami final.
So warm conditions, 33 degrees. It's a bit of humidity around. It's a warm court. Not there's a few clouds. So let's take this opportunity to chat to Bjorn, Josh Eagle and Chanda Rubin here. I got to say congratulations. Madison's been in great form, and of course it started in Adelaide.
Thank you, thank you.
Bjorn, the keys today to win this match, of course, we know they both serve very well, but what else will you be looking for Madison to do well today?
I mean, look, I think today is not going to be a match of much variety, let's say. You know, I think it's going to be who can get on top of their opponent first is really going to be the key, you know, so that's what we're going to try to do going in. Obviously, it's going to be very tough with Aryna. They kind of play a similar style, so, you know, we're going to see how it goes.
Bjorn, one more question for you.
Yes.
Madison has the ability to come in and take balls out of the air at the net. That's what she can do better than Rybakina as well. How much are you looking for that to come into play here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely to expose, you know, Aryna's movement and to take as much time from Aryna as Maddie possibly can. That's definitely going to be a key for today's match.
Bjorn, congratulations. Wish you all the very best, and she's going very well, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Players just about set here. Big opportunity. Spot in the quarterfinals. Waits where the winner of this one will take on Aryna Svitolina, who is just charging through the draw. Good win over Kudermetova earlier today. So this is women's singles 4th round action, where Rybakina will serve.
Ready. Play.
Madison Keys will be very comfortable getting into the forehand to forehand rally. That's where the American would have the advantage. Has that ability to change direction on it very comfortably as well. Every now and then, Rybakina can get a little tentative on her forehand side. So it's going to be important for her to continue to attack the ball. That last forehand, she was able to get her body weight more behind the shot, get that extra depth and the spin she needed.
Both got similar first serve speeds. They're up around the 175 km/h. So two of the biggest servers on the women's tour.
Yeah, backhand to backhand, Rybakina can go toe-to-toe with anybody. That is the side that will hold up a little better under pressure. We can see early Keys trying to change direction, trying to get into the Rybakina forehand.
Loves the forehand cross-court rally, Rybakina. Has improved her forehand down the line, the change of direction.
Yeah, sometimes she can just slow the racket head speed up a little too much when she's trying to go down the line with the forehand.
It's good stuff. It's a confident start from The number 6 seed, Rybakina, 1-love. Well, we might just check in with Storm Hunter, who's joining us courtside. Storm, a warm afternoon.
Good afternoon, Josh and Chanda. Yeah, it's pretty warm. There's a lot of clouds around, but yeah, it hasn't stopped the heat coming through. You can really feel it down here. And yeah, it's going to be interesting for Madison Keys. She has played her last 2 matches at night time, so it's very, very different conditions. It's a lot livelier today. And also just her preparing for this match is very different to preparing for a night match. And as we know for Rybakina, she's had that back issue in the last match, so we'll be keeping a close eye on her movement and her health early in this first set.
Great to have you alongside us for this one, Storm. As we take a look at the win predictor, Rybakina 58%, Madison Keys 42%. Is that fair, Jen?
I think it's fair. I mean, this one is a close one to call, but I would probably give Rybakina on paper the slight edge. I think the intangibles right now go to Madison Keys. There's been something we are seeing in her game where she's been able to elevate, so this is a bit of a toss-up for me.
I always feel excited when I get to watch Madison Keys because she's such a free-flowing player. I know she's more than capable of going deep. I'm just sort of waiting for it to all come together where she can really shine and maybe go all the way and win a Grand Slam.
Yeah, Storm mentioned she'd been playing at night, and she kind of mentioned, Keys, that it would be nice to play earlier in the day, that she ends up getting a lot of these late night matches, and at this stage of her career, to be able to be out and done earlier in the day would be welcome. So this certainly getting what she asked for.
And it's actually a good point that Storm made, because the conditions, you know, if you're watching at home, you may think, well, it's a tennis court and how can it change that much? But it really does. As you play under the lights at night, there's that humidity, the moisture in the air gets in the ball, it slows it down. And then the heat starts to dissipate out of the court. So once there's heat in the court like there is today, it gets in the ball. It's a rubberized ball. It becomes lively. So yeah, let's just keep an eye on Madison's control today.
That's terrific hitting from Rybakina. She had a little more time off the net cord and able to lean into the forehand. Early opportunity. We don't often see Rybakina miss that kind of backhand, especially on a break point, but Keys doing a good job handling, throwing in some change-ups there. Rybakina not as comfortable moving forward, so she won't take those balls out of the air as often.
And Chandler, I definitely feel with the racket change and the string change from Madison Keys, now it's got a lot more shape on her second serve kick. So she's actually taken a bit of pace out of that, but the shape and the kick actually gets up a little higher. So it's working well. And I just wonder here whether Rybakina actually is going to step in, and because she's a tall player, got long levers, whether she'll look to attack that.
Yeah, it's not going to be as easy for Keys to get the kick out of Rybakina's strike zone, especially going out wide to that backhand side. So it's going to be a shot she has to throw in strategically, try to keep Rybakina guessing. And it seems at times Keys tries to vary her toss a little bit, where you can't just read it and camp out one area or the other.
So saves a break point, Madison Keys. And we're at 1-1.
Yeah, just talking about, you know, conditions and playing at night where ball slows up a little bit. I think Keys just asking for.
Yeah, asking for a towel on each side of the court so she doesn't have to walk all the way across to the other one. And you only get 25 seconds between points, so it's smart to have a towel at each side of each end.
Still got some people moving in. There's free movement in between games, so just a little extra time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right on.
Yeah, when we were looking through the stats prior to this match, this shot here, the forehand down the line, she's been using that 60% of the time and having a success rate of winning the point 70% of the time when she goes there. So I just feel, again, I know I'm talking about the racket change, but she has the confidence to go for that shot.
Yeah, last year she spoke about making the changes, going to a wider string pattern, that allowing Keys to have more spin, and also going to a poly, a different string than the gut she had been using to get that extra bit of control. So all of it was to try to get control along with her power. Now she's been playing, testing out the Jannik's racket along those lines as well.
And Chandler, it looks like when you look at the racket of Madison Keys, she's going to commit to it because she's got the stencil on the strings.
She wants to play with. She wants to play with this stick.
Yeah, that generally means she's signed a deal with them now, and she's getting. She's got a contract, and they're going to pay the bills. We didn't see that stencil last week in Adelaide, so I'm sure winning Adelaide is confirmation of it in her own mind.
Make your choice, then you put your agent to work.
Yeah.
Go get it done.
Well, she's such a marketable player, Madison Keys. She's very popular, had a great career, does a lot of good stuff off the court.
She's looked comfortable in these early stages. Had to fend off the break point in her serve, but now she's got an opportunity. I think definitely enjoying slightly quicker conditions than what she's had in the evening.
There it is. It's the first break for a confident Madison Keys. Off to a good start. 2-1 first set.
2 games to 1.
Sometimes, Chandra, I find it difficult to read the body language of Rybakina. She doesn't change much, does she? And you just don't know really what...
She doesn't give anything away.
No.
Not really. And her expressions don't change a whole lot. Every now and then you can see a little irritation, or there might have been a couple of back and forths to her coach, but that is the rare occasion. And, you know, we've been wondering with Rybakina's coaching situation. She's added Goran Ivanisevic to her team. In the beginning of the year, they started after working together in the off season. Has had a long-time coach as part of her team as well. And, you know, there's been some issues with that, but
Time.
I've wondered how much that might come into play.
So we're into the second week here at the Australian Open, and fans have been flocking through the gates. It's been record numbers at this year's Australian Open. And we are on Margaret Court Arena. It's women's fourth round action. And it's a fast start here for Madison Keys, looking confident up an early break.
Keys got past Danielle Collins in her last match, but the round before that against Elena Gabriela Ruse, Keys struggled, and I think it was because of the slower conditions. Ruse was playing well, struggled a bit with her serve, but she was able to work through that match. Rybakina now stepping up. But by the end of that match with Ruse, Madison was playing at a very high level, and that is why she was able to edge Ruse out, and I think that has just helped her settle in more to conditions here this year. She also didn't panic in that match, and I think when you get through a tight one like that, 7-5 in the third, just allows you to feel a lot better about your game when things get tense against better opponents. That last forehand is indicative of some of the margin Keys is able to get on her shots now, and a little more consistently. Good height over the net, bit of space away from the lines.
It's confident, isn't it, from Madison Keys? And Storm will just check in. It looks like full sun on the court now, and things really starting to heat up.
Yeah, definitely the sun has poked its head out from the clouds, and it feels another 10 degrees hotter down here. But Maddie Keys doing an amazing job on serve. She's really mixing in that kind of slow kicker, trying to get it out of Rybakina's hitting zone, but then going fast and hard to the body. So doing a really good job on serve, and Rybakina looks pretty good right now, health-wise.
Yeah, no signs of the back injury.
Not at this stage. She's looking like she's moving pretty well.
Okay.
Like you spoke about earlier, she doesn't really give much away, so it can be hard to kind of read the emotions. She doesn't show much, so even as an opponent, you've got to bring your own energy. You can't rely on her giving you any energy on her side of the net.
You're backing it down the early break, so it's important just to steady yourself, hold here, and then look for more opportunities on the Keys serve. She's had a few more unforced errors here in these early stages, Rybakina. That hasn't helped her cause, but It's just the one break of serve.
Foul. 40-50.
Goran Ivanisevic there in shot. He's just taken over the coaching reign 2 weeks before Christmas. They started together in Dubai. And of course, Goran having such a successful run with Novak Djokovic.
Back-to-back doubles, making this game more complicated. It's been part of the struggle for Rybakina so far. Those back-to-back misses, 12 unforced errors now.
That will help. Clean ace gets the line. Madison Keys still in front with a break. 3-2 first set.
Keys leads 3 games to 2.
No umbrella down there for you, Storm? Just going full sun?
Full sun for me right now, but I am sweating. it is very, very warm. But I was going to say, I've played Rybakina, and you know, she can hit a lot of unforced errors, but at the same time, she can take the racket out of your hand within a second's notice. So it's really important for Madison to just stay focused on her serve, try and take control of the first shot whenever she can, because it's definitely first strike tennis. But then also not be surprised if Rybakina just kind of comes out with some big serves like she did in that last point, and some shots that you have no chance of getting back.
Yeah, very much. I feel these sort of matches are very much about taking care of your own serve and then having a free swing on return, but it's all about holding serve. So Madison Keys from the US in good form, 19th seed, but with the win in Adelaide on the weekend, her ranking already up to number 14 in the world, and she's very much looking like a player destined to push back into the top 10 with the form we're seeing. That's brilliant defense, isn't it? That is great stuff. Excellent moving from Madison Keys.
15.
And not forcing more than what she had, Keys. She went to the slice, a bit of a change-up, and countered it, the angle from Rybakina, with a terrific drop shot. She's got fantastic hands, Keys, showcasing it there.
Oh.
It's almost impossible to create that kind of angle from how far back in the court that Keys was, and Rybakina was not expecting this. Nowhere near it. Keys at the Melbourne sign. Melbourne. I'll say it right.
Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Melbourne. Oh, wow. What a game we're seeing from Madison Keys. I'm getting excited. I just think this could be the year for Madison Keys.
Well, you talked about her down the line forehand, which she's been hitting well, but this down the line backhand, that has been a kill shot for her, and it's come out of nowhere. Some crucial moments in matches.
Another
Case.
comfortable service game, holds to love.
Case
So
leads.
4-2 first set.
That was some great defense by Maddie Keys. She's obviously not often known for her defense, but she was back behind the Melbourne sign there and hitting those slices, and she looks so strong and really comfortable moving side to side on some of those points, and that's really paid off and can show the confidence that she has in her game right now.
In a match like this, you know, with a couple of big servers, you know, if you happen to get the early break, that early opportunity, even if you get a couple of misses and that's the result, you know, it's sort of taking the gift and then running with it, knowing that your opponent's going to start serving better. They may start hitting winners again. And for Keys, she's one of the best, I think, at doing that, at just using her serve after a break, using her serve and playing high percentage, but still aggressive tennis. I think that's why it's often hard to recover if you go down a break against Madison Keys.
Well, we saw when she gets the early break, Madison Keys goes on to win that set 93% of the time, so a very good front runner.
She's making smart selections in terms of her shots and where she is in the court. Even that forehand sliced, slowing the pace up a little bit. It allowed her to get back into the court, and it threw off Rybakina's rhythm on a side that she likes a little more pace to rely on.
There it is. The forehand down the line.
30-14.
Done so much damage this tournament and brings up a break point.
Yes.
Such a weapon to have, isn't it? The big first serve for Rybakina just gets herself out of a lot of danger.
Advantage.
Yeah, that one Keys had a good look at. One of the goals against big server is to give them as few unreturned serves as possible, trying to get the serve back, whatever means necessary.
You know, you talk about unreturned first serves.
Yes.
49, so call it 50% of the time Rybakina hits a serve, it's unreturned. That's how many free points, and that's how well she can hit her targets, Rybakina.
Now, right now, she's at 33% unreturned, so Keys getting a few more of those back in play.
Just pressing here a little.
Advantage. Keys.
Yeah. Again, landing a first serve
Yes.
But you just want to make a server like Rybakina have to work a bit harder, not get the usual missed return, easy point. And Keys is doing a good job of that so far.
Advantage, Rybakina.
So saves 2 break points in the end and manages to hold on. Aryna Rybakina. Good start though for Madison Keys. She leads 4 games to 3. Well, 3 o'clock local time here. This is pretty much the warmest part of the day, so as you can see, players just taking a bit of shade, and I'm just surprised that they're not using the ice vests or the ice towels.
Yeah, they have the coolers in the middle of their benches for that reason. And you know, most times you want to manage the heat and manage your body temperature before you get too hot. That's why we see players go to the ice towels early on. And these two, they are just going basic. Keys, of course, trains in Florida, so very used to the heat. And that's one of the things that mentally she's able to pride herself on.
Time.
So we're on Margaret Court Arena. This court been in use for about 5 years ago. It was a purpose-built court, purpose-built stadium, which has turned into a really fan-friendly, intimate court.
She's taking on the challenge, Keys, of moving the ball early, not giving Rybakina the same shot 2 and 3 times in a row. And the down the line has been lethal.
Just from down here with these new balls, they are absolutely flying. And Rybakina is a tall player, but that got up over her head and she was not quite ready for that bounce.
That's just been a fantastic serving performance so far in this first set.
Yeah, I mean, 70% of first serves in from Madison Keys, and we know how damaging the serve is, winning 75% of those. That just is so confident when I look and watch Madison play like this. It's easy, she's not forcing the power. 5-3. 123 miles an hour.
And that is strong. And she's doing equally well behind the first and second, so there's no real tension right now. She's, as you mentioned, not forcing play, and
it becomes a bit of a habit, doesn't it, when you win?
It does, yeah.
You just sort of just can ride that wave of momentum. You almost forget how to lose it when you get on a streak that Keys is on.
stick. I mean, both these players hit the ball
15.
big. And Storm, I'm curious, courtside, do you see a big difference in how each of them produces their shots? Is one a bit lower over the net than the other?
Definitely Rybakina's ball is a lot lower over the net, and Maddie's doing a great job to just get that height and shape, especially when she's out of position.
I mean, she doesn't win this point here, Keys, but we've seen that 5 or 6 times she's gone to the chip forehand return, which I really like. It keeps her in the point, doesn't it?
It's a neutralizing shot off of a big serve. It doesn't give Rybakina something she can crush in the middle of the court. She's got to wait on it.
I think that's an improvement for Keys. I think years gone by, she would have liked to have taken a big cut at it. And yeah, of course you can make a couple, but you also miss a lot.
And Keys also knows that Rybakina is not necessarily looking to move forward. She's not going to serve and volley. So, you know, that's a play that she can comfortably go to if she's not behind the ball to her liking. And it just allows her, again, to be more relaxed on these shots.
Just pressing a little. She's struggling on the second serve. Rybakina only 5 of 16 points, 1 on the second serve. It's low number for her. And that is a set point for Madison Keys. Wow, that's a huge miss for Rybakina. And that gifts the first set to Madison Keys. 6 games to 3. So a pretty clean set there for Madison Keys, confident. What we've seen all summer long down under here at Australia. And Rybakina, I just wonder whether she's called the trainer as well as she just leaves the court. She had a word to the umpire, so I suspect the umpire is maybe calling the trainer.
Yeah, this first set, though, the numbers all on Madison Keys' side of the tally, from the first serve percentage to the points won behind first and second serve. She just had her way in that first set. And the winners, 12 to just 5 unforced errors. Those are huge. I mean, that differential is impressive with how big Keys has been hitting the ball, how well she's been changing direction, going up the line. And in the end, those 2 breaks, that was a bit of insurance, and it was a bit of a gift at the end from Rybakina, but it was a terrific set of tennis from Madison Keys.
Yep, it's a disciplined set of tennis for Madison Keys, and every single number in her favor. As we take a look at some of the highlights here, of course, 2 of the better shot makers on the women's game, and they were free-flowing the winners off the Madison Keys racket, especially the forehand down the line.
Yeah, Keys often dictated where she was going with the first shot, and she went to the Rybakina forehand often, and then she was willing to take it down the line, and she didn't wait on these shots. I mean, she took Rybakina by surprise a number of times where Rybakina couldn't even move for it. Kind of mentioned, you know, she's had the back issue, and just wonder if she's having any struggles with that, because it has been a very poor serving day for Rybakina, relatively speaking. She's right around 50% of first serves in, and when she has to go to the second serve, we've seen the number of double faults, and
but
also she's winning few of those points.
Do you think she's feeling threatened, though, from Madison Keys on the second serve? Because she's you know,
She should be,
Yeah,
yeah.
she's stepping in and going
She
for it.
absolutely is, and that's where the first serve becomes more important. But I'm more surprised by the number of double faults. She's had 5, Rybakina, but a couple of times it's been back-to-back doubles, and that's where the concern is.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's no concern out around the grounds. It's people are absolutely loving life here at Melbourne Park. So you can just sit out there, watch the action on the big screens. You get all the courts, and you can enjoy the hospitality, the food and bev. Bit of merchandise to pick up as well. A couple of souvenirs for the family and friends. And Madison Keys would be very comfortable to have nabbed the first set in just 37 minutes. Storm, I know you were courtside, full sun, it's warm, but doesn't it make a big difference if you can get through a quick set like that?
Oh, it definitely does. And Madison Keys is seeing the ball like a watermelon right now. She just looks in control on serve and on return. And I think just her pressure of returning is causing Rybakina just to go for a lot more, especially on her second serve. So it will be interesting to see how Rybakina handles her service game. But for Maddie, she is looking super impressive.
Time.
So Goran Ivanisevic in the hot seat here,
Second set.
taking over the coaching role of Aryna Rybakina.
Keys,
And it's been a
2-7.
good start though for Madison Keys. Has taken the first set 6-3 and will serve first in the second.
Love it.
She's got a great record, Madison Keys. Once she wins the first set at the Australian Open, she's gone on to win the match 26 times. Only lost 2 of those matches, but has 26 wins. So a very, very good front runner. Now this is really
2 double faults
out of character.
on this deuce side for Keys to start this second set.
Storm, it shouldn't be the sun.
No, the sun's not in the way, and there's no wind, so
It's
very
almost
weird.
almost the opposite end, isn't it? The sun. Such an important game, isn't it? The first game of a set, a new set after you've won that first set. You just want to really keep that momentum.
And for Rybakina, this is a prime chance to try to negate that first set. 2 double faults from Keys, and yet she missed that forehand. 15-30. She gets a chance.
30-40.
Real drop off in the focus of Keys here.
Feels like it's a bit of a dip in concentration, isn't it?
She did sit patiently while Rybakina went off court and maybe just got a little flat in those few minutes.
Yep, that is
Rybakina.
a strong start for Rybakina.
Last
I'm
game,
sure
second set.
Keys will be bitterly disappointed about giving that game up so easily.
Yeah, that was really interesting, those 2 double faults. It almost looks like her ball toss. She just kind of lost her concentration and rushed it when it wasn't the right ball toss. And then those 2 unforced errors didn't quite move her feet. So potentially a bit of lack of concentration. Like you said, she did sit at the change of ends. She didn't get up and hit serves or, you know, did some movement or talk to her coach, which we see a lot of players do. But she'll try and regroup now and get back into this return game.
Rybakina now with a break, 1 love.
And this is Rybakina's opportunity. Keys' level has dipped. I mean, she was at such a high level in the first set. You figure she had to come down slightly, but this has been a dramatic come down for the American.
Yeah, she's really struggling to find the court all of a sudden.
And that's just a lack of footwork. And Rybakina, this is a prime opportunity for her, and she's got to get herself going just a little bit more somehow.
Lights. Person.
A struggle area for Rybakina. Those slices from Keys that stay a little bit lower, little slower rhythm. And she dumps another one in the net.
Well, we've seen it 3 times. In the last 3 break points, she's gone down the forehand of Madison Keys. That's a clear area where she feels that she can land a first serve. She'll have more success on the Keys forehand.
Advantage, Rybakina. Lights. Person.
Keys very deep to return here. Well, gets out of trouble. Rybakina saves a break point, and fair to say she's still not at her best, but very much in this match now with a break in the second.
Yeah, it's big, this shift right at the beginning of this set. And Rybakina just getting herself going enough at the end of that game, got her feet into position behind the big return from Keys, and just redirected the forehand to close out her service game. So good awareness from Rybakina. She's got some momentum.
It's like she's got a little cautious with her shots, Madison, and then is feeling a bit uncomfortable swinging out. And when she does swing out, then the ball's really flying off the racket.
It seemed like she has just lost all her feel, and the difference in terms of unforced errors, it's incredible. She made 5 unforced errors the entire first set. She's already made 2 more than that And we're just 2 games into the second. Oh, what a shot, though. Maybe Rybakina starting to find her range.
Certainly would appear that way as these rallies starting to just push on a little longer. And you can see Rybakina holding that baseline really nicely.
That was better ball striking from Maddie. She just seemed to get into position a little bit quicker and almost had better racket head speed, which allowed her to get more spin on the ball, which created a bit more safety on her shots.
Lights. Listen. Out. 13.
Storm, you're right. Once the feet start to move for Madison Keys, and if she's in position, that then drives the racket head speed, which creates shape. And I just think sometimes not quite there in position, and that's when she makes an unforced error. So it's been a strong rebound in this game, a chance to get on the board.
Yes.
That's much better. You could see the racket head speed through the contact point there from Keys. And that's the strategy she was employing throughout the first set. Just comfortable to go to the Rybakina forehand, not overplaying, giving herself more space to hit into. Maybe getting that confidence back.
Just long. So Madison Keys is on the board in this second set. She's taken the first set 6-3. Rybakina with a break, 2-1.
Now that's a game where Keys can just take a deep breath and exhale, having kind of stopped that run. And you come out after playing such a terrific first set of tennis, and it can be jarring to start missing balls that way. And, you know, for a big hitter, trying to keep swinging, but not add to the miscount. And that's a difficult balance. But Keys seems to be back to getting the racket head speed going. And that's been key for her so far.
Already gone through 3 gels. You can see next to her, next to the chair, those yellow packets, the gel shots. So just staying not only hydrated, but with a bit of nourishment as well.
Time.
So plenty at stake here. A quarterfinals berth awaits for the winner of this one. Aryna Rybakina up against Madison Keys. A little earlier, it was Aryna Sabalenka, who's been in wonderful form all tournament. Has had a straight sets win and is through to the quarterfinals, where the winner of this will play.
Lights. First serve.
We didn't necessarily expect to see a lot of long rallies between these two players, and these are two of the premier ball strikers. Had just a few rallies go past 9 shots.
I just wonder how natural both these guys got great serves. They've been well coached from a young age, and it's a difficult motion, the serve, to teach a youngster. But these guys have clearly both been taught very well from a young age, had good coaching.
And a lot of times what you look for in that serve is a continuous motion that doesn't have any unnecessary stops during the motion. That will hold up under pressure. You want a serve that you can rely on when things get just a little tight. Muscles aren't flowing quite as freely. And these two are two of the best.
And I think, Chanda, that they generate easy power. Like, it doesn't look like they're forcing the pace. They can serve at good pace and power for long periods.
Out. 4-2.
It's a good 1-2 punch from Rybakina, and her willingness to get up to that ball quickly.
3-1.
Yeah, the feet have started to move a little more, haven't they, in this second set?
You can see the difference. Not as flat-footed and a little bit quicker with her first step into the court on that last point. So these are good signs for Rybakina. Still plenty of tennis left to be played, especially with her having the break in hand here in the second set.
It's really out of character for me, this type of serving. We saw that from this same end when she came out and served in the first game of this second set.
Out. 15.
Yeah, that serve jamming Rybakina, just enough kick and enough spin for Rybakina to have trouble timing it. It's a safe serve and a good serve after a double fault to just steady herself.
I feel like Rybakina is doing a much better job to play on her terms now, and Maddie's actually having to do a little bit more defensive running, getting stuck a little bit behind the baseline.
The balls on these courts can bounce up just a little bit more, and it's even more important to stay down and through some of these shots. Rybakina just popping up on that last forehand. And some of those shots where she stays down a little bit better and behind it.
30-14.
Backhand, she does a terrific job of doing it more naturally. On the forehand, maybe has to think about it a little more, but when she gets the forehand going like this, Keys on a yo-yo in that rally. This is a dangerous Rybakina.
Use.
A little more demonstrative here, Rybakina, and she still has the break lead, but some frustration, still not feeling the game as cleanly as she would like. Heat also has to be coming into play, makes everybody a little irritable. Did for me sometimes.
Just lost a bit of momentum on this serve and the confidence to really go out after it. That one just sitting in the slot there for Rybakina. Sails long. So it's Rybakina with a comfortable lead now. A double break. 4-1, second set.
Rybakina leads 4 games to 1.
It's been an interesting match so far. Neither player has yet found their best tennis at the same time. We saw Keys playing an incredible first set of tennis. Rybakina in the second set has slowly raised her level. It's been a little more gradual, but when you start to see Rybakina's forehand find its way, especially the down the line forehand, that's when you kind of sense she's starting to feel it a little bit better. Keys' serve has been a surprise in this second set. The dip
Time.
in that area.
So a much better set of tennis so far for Aryna Rybakina. A few too many unforced errors in the first set, but has hit back strongly. 4-1 double break lead.
Out. 15-11. That's it.
Quick serve down the tee from Rybakina, and you can see she's starting to feel it now, mixing it up. It's difficult now for Keys to try to read that shot, and Rybakina also starting to find more traction when she has to go to the second serve as well.
So things just going a little too quickly here for Madison Keys. Just has lost a little bit of confidence. And that is a quick service game, just 1 minute, 17 seconds. And 5-1. That's how quickly a player like Rybakina can strike back.
Yeah, it's happened fast. And right at the beginning of the second, you could see the drop in Keys' level. Can she hold here, at least make Rybakina have to serve out the second set?
Oh.
There had been a dip in the speed of first serves for Keys in this second set from the first to the second. And here's a look at the average speeds. First set, 178 kilometers per hour. In the second, it's dropped down 11 kilometers per hour,
which
167.
Yeah, that's significant. Do you think that's just concentration or intensity? It's hard to pinpoint, isn't it?
It's hard. I mean, you wonder if it's awareness as well. You know, she's started with the double faults and maybe just trying to place the serves. And she's gone more to the kick in this second set, trying to offset the doubles. So I think that's part of it. But it speaks to the loss of a bit of confidence on the serve and Rybakina.
And it's affected all her game. It's really transferred into all of Madison Keys' game. And all of a sudden, it's 2 set points for Rybakina. This set has been lightning.
Keys maybe just saving the service game with that shot.
Yes. Advantage. Rybakina.
That did not miss by much, but it's 3 millimeters. But it's still another set point for Rybakina.
So it's a very quick and handy second set from Aryna Rybakina. Wraps it up 6-1, and we're going the distance.
There are, but if one is taken, make sure you're back before her. Just saying.
So both players leaving the court, and Rybakina has already taken a break after the first set. And so Maria Cicak in the chair just reminding Rybakina, make sure you're back before her.
And she did say there's only one bathroom there, but fortunately there's the actual coach's locker room right next door to that. So maybe one of them has to use the coach's locker room. So let's just take a look at the numbers. And this is a role reversal.
Completely, almost exactly reversed in every single area. First serve, points won for Rybakina. That went way up, and behind the second serve, she was so low in the first set. In the second, almost 70% of those points as well. She was a lot cleaner in terms of her winners to unforced errors. It wasn't great for Rybakina, but she got better as the set went on and took advantage of some early errors, some early double faults from Keys to get that initial break, and that helped her to run away with the set.
Yeah, I was feeling so confident about Madison Keys after that first set, and 31 minutes later now It's absolutely flipped on me.
Yeah, remember Keys sat courtside when Rybakina did leave, and she kind of just stared ahead. Maybe she just got a bit flat, and she paid the price for it. The second set was a complete role reversal. It was Rybakina finding opportunities to roll the ball, especially on the forehand side. She had a lot of misses off that side in the first set, but in the second, she started to find some nice angles, and then the down-the-line forehand came up big, some critical moments, and it gave her the confidence to move forward a few more times, and that added to how cleanly Rybakina was able to finish that second set.
So Storm, both players just making their way back onto court now. It's still warm conditions, of course, but can you pick a winner?
It's hard to say. You know, Maddie had all the momentum after that first set, and that first game of the second set obviously was a bit of a shock for everyone, I think. I think Maddie was surprised that her level dropped. But Rybakina just took full advantage and locked in, and Rybakina's serve early in this third set, so we can see if Maddie Keys can kind of wrangle some of that momentum back.
Final set here. It's a shootout, a spot for the quarterfinals for the winner of this one. Aryna Rybakina to serve first.
I think the first thing that Rybakina did a little bit better in is that when Keys left the court after the second set, Rybakina went too.
Yeah.
That's it.
And she needs to get going quickly here, Madison, because this is slipping by the wayside. So another quick game, just racing through service games, and the problem for Madison Keys not having any impact on return anymore.
Quickest hold yet, under a minute for Rybakina, and she sprinted through that second set, had a good bit of help, but what a start now to the third. This just allows Rybakina to settle down a little more. Remember, she started moving better, getting her legs into position. That was one of the big changes, and then she started finding this rhythm on her serve. Now Keys has got to match her. That's an important part in any of these matches. You have these ebbs and flows. Nobody plays at one level straight through. You sometimes have little dips, and you got to pull it back. And this is a moment for Keys where she's got to compete and find a way to stay even. And it starts with holding her serve.
Yeah, she's got to do absolutely everything she can possibly do here to hold.
That's better. That's the push that Keys needs here.
30-15.
That was a much better point from Maddie. You could really see and hear the footwork from her really being intent, and the intensity, she just raised it another level.
And that's not just a double fault. That's nearly hit the baseline, that second serve.
It's something going on with the serve for Keys. Start of the second and that serve. Kick, very safe, but it was well beyond the baseline. And this is the difference between the sprints. Rybakina has been making Keys move more as this match has gone on, and starting to maybe pay some dividends.
So a break point for Rybakina. Didn't miss by much. Bjorn Frantangelo, coach and husband of Madison Keys, a former player himself, just retired last year.
Less disciplined. She was so disciplined in the first set. And of course, Rybakina was not playing as well, but that shot, that needs to go back cross court, and it needs a little more height. It was never going to be a winner.
Gift, isn't it?
Yes.
And Chandra, I don't know what you think, but you know, Madison's played 8 matches in the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's caught up with her a little bit all of a sudden.
It could. I mean, we saw how much more Keys has had to move so far in this match, the sprints between both players, and you know, just perhaps all of the matches. It's not just about fitness, it can be about mental fatigue as well.
Mm-hmm.
Advantage, Rybakina.
And it is the worst feeling to all of a sudden have it hit you in the middle of a match and you're fighting to get it back, fighting against yourself and what's going on.
Yes.
A couple of good first serves though when she needs it.
Yeah, these are the dips you have in a match where you just have to try and fight through till you get a bit of a second wind, or you can just regain that focus. And as Storm mentioned, the intensity. It has to happen quick though, because Rybakina can really hurt you quickly.
Advantage, Rybakina.
And I feel like Rybakina's doing a really good job to see that Maddie's giving her a few unforced errors, and she's doing a great job to hit quality balls with high percentage and high margin.
Oh, that's a serve. Clutch under pressure once again.
Yeah, doing the right thing, just taking a bit of extra time here, trying to compose herself, Madison Keys.
Haven't really seen Bjorn Frantangelo look to say much during this match, regardless of how it's been going.
It was very much like that as well last week in Adelaide when she went on to win the title.
Advantage, Case.
Very low key.
He was talking a little bit more in that match against Rousset, her second round match, Keys, but this one, clearly, they feel she knows what she needs to do. It's just about executing.
Yes.
This is about as animated as we'll see Madison Keys. That's got to feel pretty good.
Advantage.
And maybe just the release of...
You could see Frantangelo just saying a little bit there in terms of keeping her head up on the serve, but this is a monster point at just the right moment for Keys. That'll get you pumped up.
Yeah, the release of emotion. Maybe the tension. That's a big hold from Madison Keys. Boy, did she need that just to stay in touch. 1-1, third set.
1 game over.
You don't want to let Rybakina get a big lead. She also is a good front runner, as is Maddie Keys. And so to hold serve there, to stay even, keep a little bit of pressure in the match in terms of the score line, that was big. She closed nicely. Rybakina showing a little more confidence up there at the net, and you would expect, having Goran Ivanisevic on her team, that would be an area they're going to keep looking to improve.
Yeah, I agree. I know that was something when we got the chance to speak to Goran. It was a big focus in the off season, just to try and finish points up the net, improve.
That's 50.
Things can change so quickly in a match like this when you've got firepower on either side of the court. And Rybakina now in a little bit of a struggle. Just taking a little extra time. Use a first serve here.
Now it's Rybakina who's going just through a little bit of a dip herself here.
From 30 love now, she's facing a break point. Now this is a hard reset.
And it's Madison Keys who strikes first in this third set with a break and leads 2-1, final set.
Keys leads 2-1.
Well, it's another turnaround, isn't it?
What it puts an even more important light on that service hold for Keys at 1-love. I mean, she knew how important that game was, how she fought to stay on the front foot, especially at the end of the game. And here she is with a terrific turnaround. Back-to-back games.
Yeah, it's just sort of, it would appear, Chanda, that she's just sort of survived the dip and maybe back on the way up here again.
And that's the goal. In matches, again, you're going to have ebbs and flows. You're going to have moments where you just lose a little bit of what you were feeling. How quickly can you get it back? And can you get it back when it matters the most? And
Time.
here down the stretch, this is where it matters.
You can just see there 4 gel shots. She's ripping through gel shots here. So it's women's singles 4th round. It's an early break for Madison Keys. Just was really on struggle street for the best part of that second set and early in this third, but she's found a way to regain some form and is up a break 2-1.
Love 15.
Maddie really needs to get a higher first percentage in, because even that second serve is just dropping shorter and shorter and right in the hitting zone of Rybakina.
Storm, do you think we're seeing any signs of fatigue from Madison here?
Definitely a little bit. The feet are kind of going in and out of working really hard and then sometimes getting a little bit flat-footed, but not surprising because playing such a hard hitter, you've got to be on both mentally and physically. The ball's coming onto you a lot faster, so you have to spend more energy to get ready and prepare as early as possible.
What a serve.
30, 50.
Got on the extreme outside, right outside of the ball to create that incredible angle. Yeah, she's living a little dangerously here, Madison, but she's coming up with some terrific serves behind the second serve, just creating more angle and getting Rybakina stretched out.
Yeah, that's what. Sometimes when you're in a bit of a dip, you just got to get up there and swing freely, and a point like that can just give you a real boost in confidence. So that's got to feel pretty good for Madison Keys. It's just the one break, but it's a bit of breathing space in a third set shootout.
3 games
to hold a little more simply also after that tough hold that she had before, that helps as well. Just have a little more energy you can bring to try to break serve or just pressure your opponent.
this game feels
Love
big.
15.
Yeah, and the goal here is to make Rybakina work for it. If she's going to hold, make her have to come up with something a little bit better. And Key's doing a terrific job the first point of the game.
Just maybe a little tentative with the feet there, just a little.
On that one, you know,
Stuck.
she could have cut it off a little bit better, but Rybakina doing a good job getting the first serves in. Those back-to-back points. Down love 15, that's high percentage tennis.
That's how you serve your way out of trouble.
14.
3 excellent serves, and they've all been to the forehand side. Stays in touch here, Aryna Rybakina, but it's Madison Keys with a break. 3-2 third set.
3 games to 2.
Really warm day today here in Melbourne. A little cooler though than yesterday, but still up around 33 degrees.
Feels a little more humid today. There's a little more humidity in the air. That hits players a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's not typically known for its humidity here in Victoria, but it is today. There's no doubt about it, with a bit of cloud cover, and I think that fatigues the players more than the dry heat, and it's energy zapping weather today. So we're getting deep in this third set now. 3-2. Madison Keys up a break. Hasn't had it all her own way. Still plenty to play for here. That's just deceleration. I feel like she's just lost a bit of leg strength. The legs drive the racket, and she's just decelerated.
Love that.
That's got to help for Keys. Quick point, a quick miss from Rybakina off of that serve.
These sort of periods in the match, I feel, if you're Madison Keys, this is where you've really got to exaggerate the physicality. You know, on your toes when you're returning, try and, you know, keep that positive self-talk up. Really push yourself to move even more so than you normally want to. Chandler, whether it's nerves or whether it's fatigue, once the body starts to slow down, then you find yourself in trouble.
Well, you're looking for quicker points at times, and I think it's sometimes a combination of both, but you want the quick winner or the quick miss, and that last forehand from Keys, indicative of that.
Well, just a few gifts, I would call them, really. Missed returns. You just got to get that in play when you're down a break and you have a break point.
Rybakina missed returns on that ad side that she had more time on that. One she just hit there was the toughest one, and she hit by far her best return that she's hit in a while. Backed it up at the net, closing off the court.
Well, we're back at 3 games all. It's Rybakina with a break back.
And it's so much about adjustments that players make during these matches, and Rybakina just made a huge one. She had been missing those returns. The last 1-0 service game that Keys served, and then that one she'd missed a couple returns on break points. That one got a little more air under it, didn't go for as much. Here she is back even.
Rybakina does that so well when she does have a few opportunities and doesn't quite execute. She just hits with a little bit more shape. Even that forehand then, Maddie hit a really good return, and Rybakina just redirecting, not going for as much.
That's a fine line between still trying to drive through these ground strokes because you know the player on the other side can pounce if you pop anything up. And then the misses because there's not quite enough margin.
Well, 2 incredibly well-clubbed forehands. The first one was massive. The second one just held it a fraction, Chanda. You can see this one is enormous, but have a look at the discipline. Just waited till her opponent committed.
And I would argue that second one was the tougher one. She had more time to think about it. More could go wrong. And look at the spin she gets on it.
Incredible hitting from Madison Keys. It's a break, and she leads 4-3, final set.
Keys leads 4 games to 3.
And there was almost nothing Rybakina could do about those last few points of the game.
Yeah, that was out of the blue, wasn't it? Because I felt when Keys lost her serve there at 3-all, she just looked a little fatigued, a little mentally flat. And all of a sudden, that is a great rebound.
When it's almost like she saw the backhand miss from Rybakina on the second point of the game, and maybe that just allowed her to say, you know what, I'm going to go for it. I'm going to swing away. I mean, that's Rybakina's best side, and she's still missing. I'm going to just let it all hang out, and what a finish.
8 points away. Doesn't seem like much.
Well, it's forever.
It is, isn't it? 8 points feels like about 80 points.
Time.
It's the second Monday of the Australian Open, and you can catch all the action there. That's down at Grand Slam Oval, where all the courts are shown on the big screen. You get a grounds pass and you can hang out there. But in here on Margaret Court Arena, it's Madison Keys up a break.
Love 15.
Redirect.
Well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, and I'm not saying this was all luck, but she stayed low, got down very low, and excellent hands from Madison Keys to have that control. This serve has been so damaging all summer for Keys.
And she's got it back going. Lost it for a little part of that second set, a good portion of it, but found it the second game of this third set.
Down to big time now. Huge serves from Madison Keys, and she is one game away from a quarterfinals berth.
Keys leads 5-3.
Great extension. The left arm goes up. She stays up nice and tall and then reaches up at full extension. Really one of the great servers in the game of tennis, Madison Keys.
Rybakina's got to be wondering what just happened. She broke for 3-all, and it seemed like she was right there, and then all of a sudden Keys has just taken the last couple of games. Hasn't been much Rybakina could do about it.
Well, that has only just got it, surely. 3 millimeters in. I think when Rybakina hit it, she actually felt it could have been out.
She thought it, I think, could go either way. It was more out than in, but she'll take it. All she can do now is just hold serve and then put it back on Keys' racket.
You've got to like the aggression we're seeing from Madison Keys.
She looks
15.
so confident out there, and it took her a minute to get back to this type of hitting, but why not go for it? It's Rybakina up against it, and Keys so comfortable in all these areas of the court.
Full flight now.
That's you.
Full of confidence. And the crowd absolutely enjoying this display of hitting.
Maddie is just absolutely locked in right now, and you can just see it in her eyes that she is wanting to play these on her terms right now.
Quality 13.
You get the feeling, Chanda, that Keys would love to try and finish it here.
No question about it. Keep this train rolling. Close it out here if at all possible.
Has not backed down at all, Madison Keys, in this last 5 minutes, and is on the verge. It's match point.
Advantage, Keys. Yes.
That's beautifully done. Now you gotta like what Rybakina's putting out there.
Advantage, Rybakina.
This is a bold play, a bold point, and it was what she needed. Withstanding the change of pace from Keys, moving beautifully up at the net.
I mean, the shot making's been phenomenal from both players.
Yes.
This last game, this particular game has given us everything we could have hoped for in this match. Both players are now all of a sudden at this incredibly high level. Rybakina just trying to keep herself in this.
again, Madison Keys all-out attack here with match point number 2. Sensational stuff, Madison Keys. Into the quarterfinals at the Australian Open. What a performance. 3-set winner over Aryna Rybakina. That was incredible.
Madison Keys continues to impress. The first set, she came out on fire, lightning in a bottle. And it looked like the match would continue in that fashion, but she dipped a little bit and Rybakina started playing better. And we wondered if Keys would be able to get it back. And I was so impressed with how well she reset at 1-0, down 0-1 in that third set. That game on serve was the key. And she found her serve again, Keys. She found the confidence to hit back when she needed to. And what a finish down the stretch. Some terrific shot making.
It was a roller coaster ride, wasn't it? Aryna Rybakina probably felt I didn't do a lot wrong in the end, but that happened quickly. It was a quick turnaround in that third set from Keys, just when we thought Keys was dipping. Boy, oh boy. That was some performance from Madison Keys. Into the quarterfinals where she will take on Aryna Sabalenka. So Bjorn Frantangelo, wow, good job. Husband and coach, he'll be feeling pretty good about life. All right. Madison Keys is courtside and, of course, would be absolutely thrilled. Let's hear from Madison after that incredible performance.
Maddie, congratulations. What an absolutely incredible win. Now, in 2015, you made your first Grand Slam semi-final here in Melbourne Park. 10 years later, you're into another quarterfinal. So can you just reflect on how it feels to still be playing some of your best tennis?
It's hard to believe that it was 10 years ago that I made my first semifinal, but really proud of myself today. And I think, she raised her level in the second set and played some really great tennis. So to still be out here and playing some good tennis all these years later, I'm really happy.
Now, a huge weapon of hers is her serve. And going into this event, she was, into this match rather, she was the co-leader in service games 1. Now, you broke her on multiple occasions. Her coach, Goran, also knows a thing or two about serving. So how did you do that?
I think I really just had to focus on trying to get as many returns in play today. Her serve is such a weapon, so I knew that if I could just try to make at least some of her service games a little bit competitive, then I had a chance. So I was basically just trying to make anything that I could get my racket on back over the net, which worked sometimes. But yeah, I think my return was obviously a really big part of my game today.
It certainly was. Now, you've talked about how special this event is for you and all of the great memories that you've had here. So what's been your favorite one over the years? Talk us through it.
I think making my first semifinal here was absolutely amazing, and eventually losing to the champion, Serena, at the time. That was, I think, the first time that I had played her, and it was, incredible to be able to play someone who has meant so much to me in the game. So I think that was probably one of the best ones. Losing to Ash wasn't. That was one that I've tried to forget.
And what about the crowd here today? They were absolutely amazing, weren't they? Did they give you a boost in the key moments at the end there?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always so amazing, and having so many fans who come out every year and cheer for me is something that definitely helps me get across the finish line, and they helped a ton today. So thank you, everyone. Very much appreciated, and see you next round.
Well, these guys are going to be back. We can't wait to watch you play in the next round. Madison Keys into the quarterfinals at the Australian Open.
And she will be hard to stop, Madison Keys. She's on an absolute roll, winning 5 matches in Adelaide. And final 8, there you have it. Madison Keys back where she belongs in what was some phenomenal hitting right at the end when it really mattered.
I just love the finish that Keys was able to not only raise her level, but keep going for it at the end against an opponent she knew would do the same if she didn't. There was a lot of push and pull. And again, just Keys so impressive with her shot making and the confidence that she's bringing to the court right now. That's been a huge difference, and it's just been fun to watch. We can look at the numbers. Again, it swung back Keys' way. In a match like this one with 2 first strike players, it became about who can take initiative. Keys with 27 winners. That was a big number over the course of the match, and she stayed pretty clean with a decent differential to unforced errors, but getting the extra break down the stretch, and she was able to close it out on Rybakina's serve. I mean, that has to give her tremendous confidence going into this quarterfinal match.
Yeah, absolutely. Confidence was the key, I think, Chanda, and the way that she was able to back herself in the very biggest moment, get herself out of a bit of trouble, a bit of a dip in that second set. That says a lot about this young lady's character. And she showed us plenty to get through in what is an upset for some, but I think Madison Keys is looking very good as we focus on the draw here at the Australian Open, really at the back end, the business end. It's quarterfinals. It's Madison Keys, the 19th seed, where she takes on a giant killer, Aryna Sabalenka, who's also in fabulous form. And down the bottom, of course, lurking largely is Iga Swiatek. She's in action a little bit later tonight. And of course, Navarro and Kasatkina in that bottom half of the draw.
Welcome to the Margaret Court Arena, and welcome to one of the most attractive matches on the schedule today. It is going to be a fabulous contest between these two incredible athletes meeting for the very first time. One, of course, 38 years of age. Another one looking to get back into the quarterfinals once again here at the Australian Open. But it has been some start to 2025 for the 38-year-old Gael Monfils. Been through a lot in the last few years with injuries to the foot, to the wrist. But the Paris Olympics, which was such a big pull for him in terms of recovering from those injuries, he managed to get there, of course, lost to the bronze medalist Musetti in the opening round, really catapulting back into the headlines. This man hasn't been out of the headlines. He has been a deep runner at most of the majors in the last couple of years, has Ben Shelton. Here's waiting for Gael as Ben gets himself ready. I'm delighted to say Brad Stein alongside me for this one. Obviously with the American bias there, staying very neutral, Brad.
I'll do my best. Go Ben. But listen, I think like everybody, I'm very excited for this match. I mean, I think everybody has the impression that
before we start,
this is going to be a real show to watch.
Leo, do you want to turn
I'm
around,
looking
face
forward
this
to
way?
it.
To the place, yeah. And then Leo, you come with me, and the two of you together, please. You come here, Leo. Perfect. All right. So, gentlemen, the same formula as your last matches. Any preference on the towel box, blue or red? We go blue, Gael? Red? Any questions? No. Okay, we've got AO or John Newcomb. Anyone to call? AO. Fantastic, Leo. John Newcomb. Serve. Okay, good match.
Good match, it will be a good match. I don't think Monfils plays many bad matches. 19th Australian Open appearance for the Frenchman, and he is looking to reach the last 8 here for the 3rd time. Of course, a couple of times he's been to the semi-finals of a major, Roland Garros, and of course at the US Open. This is how these two have wandered their way through the draw to get to this particular stage as we take a look at the 4th round in the top half of the draw, and that's where they both sit. Of course, Sinner out there at the moment battling on the Rod Laver Arena court. Mickelson against de Minaur later today, and what a tournament it has been for Le Tien. What an opportunity in this little section as well, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. Gael with obviously a really big win in the last round against Taylor Fritz. A little bit unexpected there, but played great tennis, as we know he's capable of. And yeah, that section of the draw where these guys fit into is a little bit open.
Gael looking to become the 3rd oldest man in the Open era to reach the quarterfinals of the Australian Open. Ken Rosewell, the great Ken Rosewell, who reached 3 Australian Open quarterfinals in his 40s. And of course Federer, who reached the quarterfinals here at 38 years of age and some change. Of course, the oldest man to win an ATP title recently, Gael Monfils, since 1977, which again was Ken Rosewell in Hong Kong. It has been a blistering start to 2025 for the Frenchman as we take a little look at Ben Shelton. And you said it the other day, Brad, he's delivering time and time again in the majors.
Yeah, we've just seen it throughout his short career that he seems to rise to the occasion when he's playing at the Grand Slam level. 3 out of 5 sets seems to fit into Ben Shelton mentally, physically, everything. Obviously, it's easy to say, you know, I mean, everyone gets up for these events. It's the slams. But his results have really shown that in the short period that he's been out on tour.
Couple of titles for Ben. Of course, Tokyo in 2023. It was a year where he really did peak for certain events. Australian Open, US Open, getting through to the semis there. Picked up the title in Japan. 3 wins in Shanghai as well. Put himself inside the world's top 20. An astonishing achievement, and picked up another title in Houston in 2024 on the clay courts there. Gael, who ended up winning in Auckland, putting 7,103 days between that particular victory in New Zealand and his first ever title that he picked up in Sopot in Poland on the 1st of August in 2005. Longevity, and in some cases perhaps surprising longevity for the Frenchman, given the fact that he has had to deal with so many injuries over the last few years. 32 degrees, it is a much warmer couple of days here in Melbourne. Nothing like the 2014 Aussie Open, where many days over 40 degrees. But a warm day, the ball's going to be flying around, and I'm delighted to say that Ben's dad, Brian, is with us. Once again, congratulations on getting through to this stage, Brian. And of course, an interesting meeting when obviously Ben, who's talked openly in the presser prior to this match, he loves watching Gael play, but has actually never been on court with him.
Yeah, that's right. You know, Gael's one of those guys that inspired Ben at a young age to want to play tennis. He's made it fun for a lot of people, including myself, to watch the game, and he's such an entertainer and such a talent and such an athlete, you know, and so it's been fun to follow him throughout the years, and to have this opportunity to play him in a slam, it's a dream come true.
Brian, Brad Stein here again.
Hey, Brad.
I'm doing well. Good to hear your voice. And you know, we talked about it the other day in Ben's previous match, but go over just a little bit again. I mean, his mentality coming into these slams, Mark and I talked about it earlier, he just seems to fit well with the 3 out of 5 set format. Can you give us a little bit of a breakdown on that? You guys talk about it when he first started playing the slams. Did you guys talk about it and go over it a bit, or is it just something that's happened organically for him?
Yeah, it's just kind of evolved, you know, pretty quickly, actually, you know, and I think what he saw is that he gets a little bit nervous at times in 2 out of 3 sets and kind of feels compressed with time. And I think that'll improve as he stays on the tour longer, hopefully, and stays healthy. But 3 out of 5, he just feels like he has time, and so he's able to relax. And once he relaxes and can just play and express his talents and have fun out there, that's when he's at his best. And he just loves these big stages in front of big crowds. And again, that's where he plays his best tennis, when the energy is there on the court. And so there's more energy at the slams than anywhere else. And so this is where you want to do your best stuff.
Brian, thanks for your time. He is about to serve. We're going to let you go. Good luck for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. Who knows? It could be a bruising physical battle.
That's right. Thanks, Petch. Good talking to you, Brad.
Play. Can't wait to watch this one evolve.
Let's versus.
Delighted also to say that somebody that knows Gael extremely well, because he coached him, Roger Rashid, courtside. Hi, Roger.
G'day, guys. Great intro, and really looking forward to this. It's humming down here.
Did you get your daughter in today, or did you buy another ticket?
She's in Gael's box today. I told her that get smart.
Trying to bring your retirement a bit closer, not having a shell out for tickets.
Correct. It's quite good, isn't it? Because we've got Brad, who decided he was going to sit on one side of the fence, and obviously I've got to lean with Gael, obviously, don't I? And so you're the adjudicator, Petch, today. Okay.
Tough place to be in a match like this. That is an absolute sidewinder of a serve. Kind of scary to think that's his off-pace delivery at 177 out wide.
Tough to get Gael Monfils off balance, uncomfortable there. He was struggling to get out to that ball. Interesting already, a little bit of the game inside the game. We see Gael on first serve has been returning from a pretty neutral position in this game.
Well, that is a very interesting rally.
I mean, Gael lifting and shaping every ball in that rally, basically not giving Ben much of anything to play with, but also keeping him pinned in the back of the court until he finally was able to get a little bit of an advantage there.
Well, already in the opening game, we've seen what we're going to get between these two. A little cat and mouse at times from Gael there in the opening game. As a 218 body serve comes in from Ben Shelton. He has tipped the scales at 227 for this tournament. A little bit of a breeze is there, Roger. I just saw Gael's shirt blowing, or not?
There's not much in it, to be honest.
Not much,
Patch.
okay.
No, it's not really a lot in it. And it will be a cat and mouse game. And Gael generally at those points, those 30-odd points, there'll be two ways. He gives you no pace and says, hit your way through me, which, you know, is difficult, or he decides to get around and actually unload on the ball a bit, which is what he did with Taylor. He controlled a lot of proceedings and then gave him that off-pace ball. So he will also get a lot of balls in play. What I'll be interested to see with Ben is how often will he make that entry into the forward half, which Taylor didn't do. I think we're going to see a lot more of that, aren't we?
I'd expect so. There's the tail of the tape in terms of the tournament. Opelka equal with Shelton. My namesake, top in the tail, just like my serve. What are you laughing at?
Mpechi. Didn't know you guys were related.
Super interesting the way that he served this tournament. Brad and Roger, actually, you can both chip in here in his opening 3 rounds for Gael. Dropped 54 aces. Averaged very different speeds through the tournament. Opening round, 188 Ks on his first serve, 157 on his second. Second round match against Altmaier, 177 on his first, 146 on his second. That is a strong two-hander. Against Taylor, he was just coming with heat. Averaged 190 Ks on the first serve, 167 on the second. My question to both of you is why? Why is it that different?
Well, I did those first two matches, and realistically against his Frenchman, he was just trying. He needed more balls in play because he knows he doesn't return that well, and he didn't. But he knew he needed to against Taylor. He knew he needed to try and own more of the balls that came into play, and actually wanted. So he went a little bit bigger because he respected what Taylor brings to the court off the back of the court, more so than I guess his previous opponents.
Let's Pacifics. Monfils.
That was just long, but boy, was that travelling.
This is one of the flatter, longer swings I've ever seen from Ben Shelton. I actually absolutely loved that swing.
Fascinating strategic battle coming up here.
As quick as you can, please. Thank you.
Big shift already for Ben, that he can't really feel as though he's got the luxury to serve and volley against that deeper position of Gael, like he did against Musetti, who beat in the previous round in 4 sets. Toughed him out, the Italian, in a breaker in the 4th. But a lot of second serve and volleys from the American. Gael with much bigger speed from back there and the athleticism to perhaps pick up the first volley. Going to have to be a little more circumspect with that particular play, is Shelton.
I always find Gael's ready position and returning very interesting. You know, we talk so much about Novak and how wide his stance is. Gael's stance is very narrow. He puts his elbows on his knees, basically, right there, kind of like just holding that position, and then stands up into his, as he makes his split step and comes forward a little bit. I've always found it. An interesting position. I don't know
but he does
that.
No, I mean the start of it is super interesting, but the actual finishing point is what you would want, right?
Absolutely
because
normal.
he splits wide.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just another variation of, you know, kind of in the end he gets to.
Must have been from the Rashid area.
I wonder if Roger was demanded that.
Does it really matter how you start?
No, it doesn't, Roger. That's kind of the point. But
yeah.
it's interesting. It gives us. It's a completely different look than you see from anybody else when he's in that first position.
It's quite relaxed, isn't it? And I guess that just goes to a little bit of his demeanor, is that he tries to keep himself in a pretty relaxed.
Yeah, and that's what it looks like. It looks very relaxed.
And then he just jumps into that motion that matters the most.
It's funny too, sometimes you get this in Ben at 40 love there.
40-30.
You know, he hit a second serve 215 doubles. Seems like a bit of a insignificant situation, and then all of a sudden now you've got an unforced error here from the baseline, and this point creates a tiny bit of pressure.
Game, Shelton.
But he also threw down the heat seeker on a second serve at 40 love at the right time to do it, to keep Monfils honest. 3 games gone, on serve, 2-1. Roger, talk me through your time with Gael.
Well, it was pretty. It was a great relationship. We had a lot of fun. our initial conversation, well, for Gael was, I need to be led, Roger. You need to teach me how to become a real competitor. So he wanted to sort of roll up his sleeves, so he was buying into everything. And then it was about, you know, I remember our first match in Toronto, I said, oh, you're not moving further than a metre behind the baseline. Let's see what the outcomes were. He lost to Andreev 6-6, but came into net like 35 times. It was so good, and I was trying to get him to understand that being proactive, using your weapons forward, was extremely more dangerous, and I love that part about him.
Time.
And we love that look. A little cloudier, but definitely a tougher day for some of the players to be out there. As
quickly,
we've been
please.
seeing.
Thank you.
Ben's route through has been relatively comfortable. You're not going to win too many of these slams at this age without dropping sets, and he's dropped a couple. He took care of Nakashima in 3 tight ones, though, 6-5 and 5. The veteran Spaniard Carina Bustu's had so many problems with his elbow. He got past in 4 sets, dropped the 3rd on a breaker. And the number 16 seed, Lorenzo Massetti, bronze medalist from the Paris Olympics, he gets past in 4 sets. That was always going to be a tight tussle, so it proved to be.
Hitting.
Roger, he's not always used the serve as effectively as he is at the moment. He's always had the pace.
Yeah, I think that he's ebbed and flowed a little bit on how he's dealt with the serve. Again, he's just got such a big imagination. It's like he likes to manipulate the ball a little, you know, at times. And you're right, I like the heat, to be honest.
40 love.
Who wasn't like that?
Some serious offense out of that for him. That's the thing about Gael. We were talking about the serve. I feel like whether it's the serve or whether it's the ground strokes, coming forward, like you're talking about, Raj, whatever it is, one of the things that makes Monfils so interesting to watch and also so difficult to play is his unpredictability. He'll massage the ball around the court for 3, 4, 5 shots, and then all of a sudden he stands on a ball like that, and you're like, where'd that come from? Wasn't expecting that, and he's always kind of been like that.
And he's been able to massage around the court because when he's had to go full defense, you know, it's hard to get past him. So it's just getting the combination right that affects the opponent as much as you can.
Not even he can get that classy clinical volley from Shelton. It's good stuff early on here in the opening 15 minutes.
Actually, both these players would be like that, aren't they, Brad and Mark? Because all of a sudden they can explode on the ball. There's not too many players out there that can have dramatic change of pace on a particular shot. These two can.
Absolutely.
I know he's lost that point, but one of the things I love about Gael is how fast he moves from a very stationary position. You see so many players sort of jumping around little steps. He actually just keeps his feet on the ground, in contact with the ground, so he can push either way. And his first step out of that position is just lightning fast.
Yeah, I personally am not a fan of a big split step, a high split step. You see that a lot a little bit in the lower levels, I think. I think the higher level you watch and see the game at, the more regularly you see players that make a very low split step. They're actually they make a clear split step, but it happens as close to the ground as they can probably. It's hard to change direction once you're in the air.
Yep, unless you're in a sort of Marvel movie. Ben Shelton has been a bit of a Superman the last couple of seasons. He's 3-2 up. Yeah, I know you're big on that as well, Roger, in terms of movement. I don't know what your thoughts on that. Obviously, Novak is a double split step, isn't it, at times, to keep his muscles active and keep himself close to the ground.
Yeah, well, just to give you, let's use another sport.
Yep.
The 100-metre sprinters, if you watch them out of the blocks, they are short steps and fiery steps until they get into stride. That first 15 metres, they are quick with their speed, but really small steps. It's quite amazing how small their movement is through there. So they don't take their feet, as Brad said. Feet aren't off the ground long, but they're impacting with power.
Time.
So great to see Gael back at the Australian Open. There were some doubts mid-2022 whether he was going to come back. He had hurt that heel, which he ended up needing surgery on after Madrid of 2022. He'd actually talked about it recently at one of the exhibition events. There's Svitolina, who was pregnant at the start of that year as well. That was something else that obviously was going to become new and special for him. But he talked about a family member having a serious injury in the middle of that particular year in 2022. And he was actually pretty much done with tennis at that stage. He was happy with his career.
Let's for service.
Wasn't entirely sure he was going to come back from the heel surgery and be as good as he was before. But ranked 390, Jeremy Shardy, who runs the UTS exhibition events, alongside Patrick Moritoglu, called him and said, "We need you. We want you to come. You're perfect for this format. Come back." And that was the kind of start of the motivation for Gael. The Olympics, as I say, was a big hook for him last year. And slowly but surely, he did come back. He tried to play in 2022 in Canada, played 3 matches there before wrapping up the season, just wasn't fit enough. Came back in Indian Wells in 2023. Played just 1 match there, then injured himself in Miami with his wrist. Too good from Ben. Well, picked up the title in Stockholm at the back end of that season, which was the nice push into 2024 for Gael Monfils.
You know, for me, Mark, one of the other windows into Gael's mentality and where he finds his passion and his joy about playing the game came during COVID. And when we came back from COVID, he talked openly about how he didn't enjoy it, didn't enjoy playing to empty stadiums. Couldn't find his motivation, he said, playing to stadiums that didn't have anybody there. He needed the crowd, needed the audience. I mean, he really is a showman. He gets energy, he gets passion from making the people that are here watching the match happy and them enjoying seeing what he can do as a tennis player.
Just following on from that, I remember when we first started, I was quite bemused that he hadn't been playing many Davis Cup matches at all. And I had a conversation with the Federation and said, you need to be playing him in Davis Cup because he's perfect for the Davis Cup environment, representing his country.
Take your seats.
Where he's got, you've got that audience that actually just love the passion of Davis Cup, and I thought that was it. And I thought that would also allow him his trajectory to rise quicker by having those good feelings and emotions.
That's just nasty. So far up the box, the clearance to drop that ball that short in the box.
That would have been his quickest of the tournament had it gone in. 2-2-9 from Shelton.
Mark, there is a little bit of breeze that it's now picked up in the stadium, but it's a bit swirly. It's not really firing down one end. What returning position are you looking for, Brad, with, say, Tommy Paul's playing this big serve, Shelton?
I mean, for me, I think it's a chess match, isn't it? I think you play the score a little bit. I think you adjust your positions. Don't give him just one position to look at on a consistent basis. Back a little bit closer, neutral position, move a little bit left and right as well as you get into the match and you start to get a feel for as you start to get a feel for, on bigger points, where's he targeting? Is he going to come at your forehand or come at your backhand? And it's tough with Ben because he does a great job of moving the ball around the box and trying to predict where he's going to go on any particular serve is not easy because he can hit all the spots. And on first serve especially, it comes in so big. And then on seconds, again, it's about if you stand too deep, he's probably going to serve and volley. That doesn't necessarily bother me.
That was a good play.
That was an interesting play. I mean, it's something that I actually mentioned this the other day with a different match. But here, Ben, high ball right in the middle of the court, goes right through the middle of the court. That's become much more common in men's tennis. The guys go through the middle of that court, and much more common that the guy who's defending, Gael in this case, actually stayed at home, just stayed right in the middle of the court. That almost put Gael in the first row.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very useful tool today to keep Monfils at bay. The slider out wide from Shelton. Sits down, 4-3 in front. Part of a nice new group of Americans kind of making their way deeper into slams. It feels as though it's the start of something a little bit special. Once again for American men's tennis, opportunity potentially to have 4 men get through to the quarterfinals of this year's Australian Open, and that would be the most here since 1995 in the halcyon days of Agassi, Chang, Courier, Krickstein and Sampras. Of course, it's been pretty good recently here with the likes of your man Tommy Paul and Ben Shelton getting through to the quarters in 2023. Ben so quickly to get himself into a semi-final. He's youngest American man in the US Open semis when he made it since 1992. First set of balls were used for 27 minutes as Gael steps up to the line with new ones, 3-4. Should tennis balls be used for a certain amount of time rather than per the amount of games?
It's a good question, Mark. Never heard that question before. Makes sense, though. I mean, any given game, you have games that go 10 minutes, 12 minutes, and then other times, you know, they're barely over a minute. So obviously the wear and tear on the balls becomes different. So if you're looking for consistency, it would seem to make sense that you change them after time instead of the number of games. But why would we want consistency in pro tennis? We play with a different ball every week. We're one of the few sports that plays on, I mean, we play on 4 different surfaces. As Rafa said one time, we're the only sport that plays in a parking lot. Talking about hard courts. I think we're the only sport that plays on dirt.
It'd be lovely to Gael Monfils. You can plant yourself in the middle of the court and pretty much be guaranteed you're going to be able to track down any single shot. Most players are kind of playing off center, trying to anticipate the angle that you've just created.
Yeah, when you said it must be nice to be Gael Monfils, I thought, you know, it'd be like one of those movies where you switch bodies. I mean, how much fun would it be to be Gael Monfils for a few games of tennis and just have that speed available to you? And that the concentration, the freeness in his strokes. I mean,
4 games on.
Roger, do you think that Gael's lost a step at all since when you spent time with him?
I mean, it would be very marginal, but I think when he's feeling good, which he is at the moment, I know that. If he needs to turn the burners on, they're there. And we do know, obviously, as you get older at this age, you know, most players are really struggling to find that electricity, that initial, when their mind says go, it doesn't quite go. Whereas Gael's still got that, and that's why he's still so relevant, really. And because he can actually hit the ball as big as he can, and we have that variety, he's just still relevant. He could be, mate, he could be hit till he's 50 with his athletic ability. I just don't think, and you know, if you know his dad's actually super athletic and strong still.
Wait, please.
Given Gael a nice little diet of something different on that second serve when he's been ahead in the score. Just making sure he can still access the serves that he wants to when things get 30 all juice.
Shelton.
Once again, that's harvesting many points for Ben Shelton, even against somebody like Gael Monfils. 5-4 to the American opening set. Great lift off from Shelton. Power in the serve, Roger, would you agree, comes from the legs?
Yes, absolutely. And he's just obviously his legs and body and the rhythm, he's just so connected, isn't he? I love the ball toss as well, Margaret.
We're just having a look at your real estate portfolio here, actually, Roger.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not, yeah. It looks like you've decorated it very nicely. You should be the governor, although you are the governor of Adelaide, actually, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's what they call you down there.
Yeah.
There was never going to be anything else but a battle out here today between the Frenchman and the American. Do know that Gael was in Dubai. That was the last bit of pre-season that he had with his wife, Aryna Sabalenka. They sort of topped up all the work that they'd done in Dubai and the heat and humidity there. He was turning up. He was playing points within about 5 minutes of turning up. He's not going to start grinding at 38 years of age. After finishing his practice, he'd head off to the paddle courts, put in a good hour and a half, 2 hour shift on the paddle courts, and post that would be on the basketball court. He is in good shape.
That's what we used to call cross training. No one really says that anymore, but.
I sort of don't like that rally set up for Ben, because it's okay to think you can go off the back of the court with Gael. It's hard to get past him. It's exactly what Taylor Fritz was doing. I think for Ben, get excited about trying to make his way forward and just challenge the pass.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Roger.
He's got to be a disruptor, doesn't he?
Absolutely. He's probably not going to beat Gael the majority of the baseline rallies. He's going to get his shots, but over the course of the match, I mean, he needs to apply that pressure and come forward. His goal from the back should be to create opportunities to come forward.
I think that is such an important shot for Ben Shelton today. Forehand down the line. He's got to stop Gael from staying in that backhand corner, but just doesn't want to get caught in that trade too often. He's actually hit it very well in these early 10 games in this match.
That was the first bit of real pressure for either guy. 30 all point.
40-13.
Gael handled that well. Nice little serve and one. Such good balance on the last ball. 101 miles per hour.
101. Didn't have much to work with. Had to generate it all.
That all came from him.
Gael Monfils.
Wonder what his season would have looked like had he lost his opening match in Auckland. He was playing Pedro Martinez, lost the opening set in 23 minutes, 6-1. In not too dissimilar a time, he found himself 5-2 down in the second set. and he was also 4-1 down in the second set breaker. Came back to win it, and not only that, won the tournament.
Wait, please. As quick as you can, please, behind the players. Thank you.
Brought the confidence to Melbourne, picked up his first top 5 win at a Grand Slam since beating Ferrer at Roland Garros in the quarterfinals back in 2008.
Let's for service.
Despite his illustrious career, the Frenchman had never beaten a player inside the world's top 4 until he took care of Taylor Fritz at a Grand Slam.
That's a bit of a shocker. I would have never guessed that. Nicely done by Ben. Good depth on that approach shot.
So again, that's what you're looking to do, because if you do get a good strike in and Gael's a long way behind, yes, he's got power from there and he's got creativity, but surely you're backing your forward half craft in.
Yeah, pretty tough to pass consistently from that deep in the court. It's a few times now that Gael's missed on that little block forehand return. That's a return that you want to feel like you're going to put in play virtually every single time. You're not trying to do a lot with the ball there. Absorb the pace and just blocking it back in. It's frustrating at times, I feel like, when you feel like you're not trying to do very much with that.
Game, Shelton.
Gael check out, or did he think it was going out?
Shelton
certainly saving himself for the 12th game as Shelton wraps up the 11th comfortably without dropping a point. 6-5. A couple of players that have barely been dropping serve this tournament. 4 times for Gael in the course of his run through to this 4th round match, and just 3 for Ben. It was always going to be nip and tuck. If you're preparing, Brad, a player for this match, it is patience is going to be a key.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get anxious if you're not creating too much pressure. Yeah,
absolutely, because you're not going to get a lot of chances. Chances are going to come few and far between returning against both these guys. So you've got to be patient, as you said. I think from Gael's standpoint, like I said, it's a little bit frustrating to miss some of those little easy, I say easy, but little block forehands.
I mean, they were easy for us.
Yeah, for you maybe, or for Raj, but from Ben's standpoint, you know, he's taking a little bit bigger cut at the serves. But I've mentioned it before, you know, it's always the match within the match, and especially when you're playing Ben, is serve and return. Can you get enough balls in play to try and put some pressure on him? And it works the same way with Gael in a lot of ways, because he can serve big, he can keep you off balance. And we've seen that so far in this set. No real opportunities from either guy. Ben's changing things up here though with the headband. Either that or he's trying to keep his ears warm.
Got him. If you were coaching against Gael, Roger, would you try and go back behind him, or is that not a good play from your experience?
Yeah, I'd go to the other side. I wouldn't go back behind him. He's pretty good in that space.
Okay. Oh, he's just nudged it long.
And the reason I say that, Pitch, is because he's quick to adapt and he's got power, natural power out of his arm. he can still accelerate and find strength.
Quality strikes there from Gael.
And they're hard for Ben to pick because when he shapes up, he actually can hook it last minute. So he can play that off forehand, or he can just hook it inside in. It's actually hard to decide where you're going to sit if you're Ben.
Going back to that same theme, Roger, I mean, Ben could have attacked off that backhand. The backhand that Gael took down the line, it's a little bit short. It didn't have a lot of pace on it. Kind of massaging that ball in. Ben can attack off that ball, waited an extra shot, and then he's put on defense.
Agree.
Gael Monfils.
First set bigger for Gael than Ben.
6 games all, tiebreaker.
I mean, obviously, we're just going with age bias there, aren't we?
Yeah.
Because he's 38.
And also he's spent a bit of time on court for sure coming into this. I mean, now he's got some work on the legs, but doesn't seem to look affected in that way at all so far.
They're in the shade as well, so that helps.
Yeah.
And the last tiebreak Gael played on this court was epic.
He was 5-love up, wasn't he?
Yep, it was good at 5 points, as you could have seen. I asked him after, I said, how's that tiebreak? He goes, I just don't know what I was doing. It just was happening.
That return put Ben in such an awkward position. Such an awkward position. That first ball was not comfortable for him at all from there.
And if you've done your homework, you know, Gael will start the rally like that in those key points. So he goes a long way back, and so to see a volley for Ben wouldn't have been a bad play as an element of surprise. Again, that spread in baseline rally, it's not going to be in your favour.
Ben needs to keep his energy high here. He's looking a little bit dejected right now. Body language is not great.
That was a nice response. I think he's struggling a little bit on that side still with the shadow. Give it another few minutes and it'll probably be out of his eyes. But that was a nice recovery. Couldn't allow Monfils to get too far away from him.
2-all.
Well, they knew he needed to rob the ball at the bounce on the other side because Gael was on its way, or was on his way, and that's exactly what Shelton achieved here. Smothered the bounce, and he did exactly what Roger said he should do. How loudly are you speaking, Rog?
I'm aggressive down here.
Take some commission for that point.
3-all.
I'm not sure about the call. Nothing that the umpires can do, of course. James Kyothwon can look on. There'll be no question. Reviews daily of how accurate the calls are. Rashad Langford on the right of Brian, physical trainer. And then Hanneken from Argentina is physio looking after him now these days. Well untidy from Gael.
4-3. Shelton.
Fascinated to see where Ben goes here. He's obviously got the 220 plus delivery down the tee if he wants it, but the sidewinder has been ultra effective.
Seems to me he's been going wide to the backhand a little bit more often in this match than he did even against Musetti with the one-hander.
$1K below his fastest of the tournament. Simplifies things and just went huge. What a time to deliver two of your best serves. So far, Monfils unable to replicate that breaker he played against fellow American Taylor Fritz. 3 set points, Shelton. And in the end, it came gift wrapped by the double fault from the Frenchman. The American takes a tight opening set here on the breaker, 7-6. About to find out, Brad, just how vital that opening set was.
Yeah, absolutely.
For that first serve points won for Ben, 91%. He was 80% coming in. Against someone like Gael, who makes a lot of balls, that is a impressive number. Monfils was at 83. He's pretty much sat around the same number. Second serve points for both of them have come down a little bit. Ben was in the 60s. Gael was up at 59, which is a career high for him. But all in all, 1 or 2 points. Just a little suboptimal from Gael at times in the breaker.
Yeah, it was that one forehand that he was a little bit loose on. It was just a rally forehand in the middle of the court. Got to be heavy and just trying to take a little bit of time away from the other guy, and he just let it get away from him. And that one single point really cost him the breaker. We see a few highlights there. Ben, I thought it was interesting in the last point. Gael threw in the double fault, but there was a little bit of Ben made a hard move to look for a forehand. And I think Gael actually saw him at the last second as he was moving there.
Ready for play. Second set. Monfils to serve.
So the Frenchman's got to recover from a set down.
Continue.
Do you think there's some gains to be had on that side from Ben in terms of the return position where he turns so wide
40
and is back down the court? Even there in the rally situation at times you feel as though he steps right across his body.
Well, that's a function. That's something I know that Brian and he have been aware of, that he has his initial move on the return, and sometimes when he gets caught and has to make a really quick step when he's going out to the backhand side, he doesn't go out with his outside foot first. He goes across and gets caught there on that.
Gael Monfils.
I know it's something that they've paid attention to. They're trying to get him to break down and change.
When you say outside leg, so Ben on the due side, he's standing there. It's his right leg.
His right foot. Your normal
open.
Yeah, your normal, exactly. You open that step and go with your right foot a little bit before you come across, and that's it. You can go on the internet and find a million films of Novak. He's the perfect guy to watch making that exact move. And Ben has a tendency to hold the right foot in that position and then step across, and it closes his hips up. And
Yes, you want me to call?
I know Andy, when after the hip surgery, that was one of the things he talked about, was that he was always able to feel his hip open. I mean, this is how nuanced these great players are. Mikael Tillström looking after Gael Monfils as his coach. And that was the one thing he felt after the resurfacing. That wasn't quite the same for him on the return. You get any sense of what that was, Rogers, just quickly or not?
Sorry, I wasn't. I actually took my earpiece out to go to get something. Sorry, I missed that.
at least you owned up to it, Roger.
Response from down the line again, this time from Gael, and not sure whether the physio's been called. It seems as though something has transpired, because James Guthron got on the phone to whoever he needed to. I'm interested to know, Brad, in your expert opinion and your experience, how long would a change that for many people would seem quite simple would it take?
Obviously it depends on the person, but you know, it's a matter of repetition with that. It's actually something that we dealt with Tommy as well on the deuce side. On his forehand side, he had that same tendency where he would just come across with the foot, and I I give plenty of credit to Franco Ferrero, our strength and conditioning coach, because he incorporated that movement, and just trying to repeat that movement over and over again. We would do a lot of it, you know, just in warm-ups, for example, if you're playing practice sets, you know, while the other guy's serving, just work on taking that outside foot and making the turn the way you want to get it. It takes a little bit of time, and it's hard during tournaments sometimes to make those kind of adjustments, because once you get into the competitive mode, you're kind of just letting yourself do what comes naturally. You don't want to have to think about that. So I would say for a change like that, you know, you're probably really, before you own it and it feels completely normal and natural, and you basically don't do it the other way, the wrong way, I would say you're probably looking at 3 to 6 months, maybe, depending on the person.
Great patience for Ben. He hasn't won many of those.
Yeah, that was well done. One thing Ben's done in this match from the start is that he's used his backhand slice a little bit more. He's aware of the fact that he doesn't have to be adding pace all the time or trying to take time away from Gael, because Gael so often is not necessarily trying to hurt him. And then he will hurt him now and then with balls like that.
That's down on the money as ever. In about a 6% uptick in terms of the use of the slice backhand today for Ben compared to his previous matches coming into this one. Pains me to say that he's got it right.
I didn't even look at the stats. Got a computer in my head. No, I think it's a smart play from Ben, because so often you know that Gael's just kind of looking to rally and maneuver the ball a little bit, so you don't need to take as much risk for Ben trying to really light up a backhand every single time.
Gael Monfils.
Swift serve, swift hold. 3 quick games at the start of this second set. 2-1.
But 2 games to 1.
And Paul Ness out onto court, and this is and it looks as though it's going to be a restrapping of the wrist for Gael, maybe a little too tight and just cutting into him, or maybe not quite enough support, but that was something that you could see the physio was already well aware that Gael had.
I think he just told Paul that he's okay with just the tape and he'll strap it up himself.
Guthman just telling Ben Shelton that he might as well get up and get out. This isn't going to be a long MTO. In fact, I don't think it's gone down as an official MTO at the moment. Otherwise, he's going to have to take one, because it looks like James is using some common sense. That's not always the first port of call in this sport.
It's a quick mat and stuff, you know, because look, I'm sweating and crazy, you know, it's not, I don't need help, it's just like this. It's just I'm sweating and watch.
just hanging around. I think Ben's also just asking whether, you know, where does this sit? Is it an MTO? Is it just a changeover? I think it's gone down just as a changeover here for Monfils. It's just elongated it just a bit.
Yeah, but it's
by a minute or two.
It's interesting though for me. You know, Mark, you said you know, maybe we're lacking in a little bit of common sense. I'm maybe more of I'm a rules are the rules kind of guy. You know, there's a certain amount of time that you get on the changeover, and he can ask for a medical timeout. He can ask to have, you know, he's going to get more time. It's not like he's going to get a point penalty or something, but you know, he's also making Ben wait, which is a little bit unfair in a way, and I don't like that. I think that, you know, the rules should be applied consistently. Should be the same for everybody.
Continue.
Hasn't quite settled yet, has he, the Frenchman, in this particular game?
I like that play, though. You've got to persist with it. Big moments, they'll reward you.
He's going to have to potentially work a little bit harder or just be a little more successful earlier in the game on Ben's serve, because he's getting behind in the count quickly, and it's just almost impossible against somebody that serves as well as Shelton to recover that deficit.
Yeah, those first couple points so significant. You're hanging around with that return.
40-30.
That is
Shelton.
A huge forehand from Shelton. Monfils posed the question with the nothing ball up the middle, and Shelton gave him an emphatic answer.
.100-mile-per-hour winner from Ben. It's an interesting give and take there, isn't it? You know, I'm not sure if I love that play or not. I think that, you know, it's not bad to give him that ball. If you hit that ball just a little bit deeper, you're probably okay. If you get it to the backhand, you're for sure okay. But hanging that in the middle of the court where that was to Ben's forehand, his offside forehand is his favorite and his most dangerous shot.
The most reliable way to predict the future is to create it, isn't it? And it's finding that balance on the tennis court.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally different scenario if you lob that ball down the middle of the court on breakpoint down rather than at 40-30 up.
back with a couple of big serves to the Shelton forehand. Ben, again, as Gael has a few times, trying to block those balls back into play and just unable to control it.
What's Gael's percentage, first percentage of balls in? He was quite high in his last round against Taylor, and that went a long way to his success.
You're talking about first serves then?
Yeah, first serves.
Yeah, this set he's at 86. Match overall, he's pretty close to 70%. Whips another one out wide. Puts another ace down, his fifth of the match. And after 5 games, the second, we're at 3-2. And these are the kind of moments in tennis matches where you're kind of treading water, really, by both players. Both serving well.
Yeah, absolutely. First set, we're on a similar path right now that we were on in the first set. Both guys holding pretty comfortably. We had a couple of 30-alls, but other than that, guys holding pretty comfortably and progressing through the sets. And then all of a sudden, things heat up as we get to the later stages. But neither guy's been able to make a really big impression on the other guy's serve so far.
Outside Tennis Center, the iconic MCG. So many great moments on that particular wicket. Flying high above the MCG as you got the Aussie Rules Stadium over there on the left and Melbourne Park behind. Not quite as many spectators, of course, coming through the grounds on the second week, as there's not quite the same multitude of matches and singles out there on the outside courts, but still a very healthy stream of fans coming into the grounds today. Packed stadium courts. All eyes on this one. Hard to track your eyes on that one.
That's a bomb. I'll tell you what, anyone that's been here live during this first week and a couple days has been very aware of the increase in the crowds.
Somehow that's been called in. Gael had to take a bit off there, Roger, to get to the ball on the right step.
He sure did.
How did that fall in?
He thought about letting that ball go. He was a little bit late on the volley.
Here's another one of those chips. Gael's normally very good at blocking that ball back. Hasn't quite found his range today, has he?
I think he was actually out in front of that ball. That's an excellent backhand from Ben.
Gael also has been pretty good against lefties at slams on hard courts. Won 9, lost 3, and the only man that's got him was Nadal as a lefty. And he's 7-8 against left-handers in his recent meetings on a hard court on the tour. So this style of play in general has been one that he's enjoyed. That forehand getting into the backhand, not so much today.
3 games on. And also, he naturally slices his serve, so that also does help as well, especially his second serve. It's not a kick serve. It's not that sort of shaped ball. It's a ball that generally slides out wide on the first and through the middle on the second.
Led for service.
That was a good play from Ben, forcing the play a little bit, exactly what Raj said earlier. Good little block forehand return that time, and Gael just kind of poking that back into the court.
Oh my goodness, that was close.
Absolute repeat of the first point, except for a chip backhand to start the point, but Ben had almost the exact same approach shot. Gael making the lob this time, and
I think somehow Gael wanted that to go over.
I agree.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Play on.
13-15.
Sixth ace, one more than his opponent.
14,
two more.
15.
Similar set developing here in the second as we had the first. 4-3 Monfils. Monfils looking to pick up a couple of multiple victories against top 20 players at a Grand Slam for just the second time in his career. We talk about how you need to beat the elite to go deep in these tournaments. He hasn't quite been able to do that often enough. Last time and only time he did it was in the 2014 US Open. Beat Gasquet, fellow Frenchman, in the third round, and another one of Roger's charges, Grigor Dimitrov, in the round of 16. Hopefully Grigor is going to be able to recover from the hip problem that has plagued him over the last sort of season that seems to flare up from time to time. It's been great to see him back in the sort of form that we saw in 2024.
Time.
A couple of nations on the men's side that have been looking for Grand Slam champions for a while. Of course, the French, well known, Yannick Noah, the last man to lift a Grand Slam trophy for them back in 1983. Roland Garros, a little more recent for the Americans, Andy Roddick in 2003 in New York.
I think this is the first game. Gael's won the first point of the game. Pretty sure. My stats man is looking it up.
His name's also Mark.
Not the most classic technique of return right here, but in play is always a good thing. And then Ben just gets it wrong on the volley. First time we've had some real pressure on someone's serve here. And a look at his second serve now. And as you said earlier, Mark, we saw him club that one off the court. Similar ball, but score, pressure, makes a difference in your ability to execute.
Just the second game, actually, Brad, that he's managed to nick the opening point.
And that was a mistake there from Gael, wasn't it? He actually could have got around and really started dictating play with his forehand. They had plenty of time, decided to get into a off-pace rally. That may be really costly in this game.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ben, with that serve, is more than capable of erasing break points just as quickly as they come.
First break points of the match, and the last of this sequence of 3 for the Frenchman. Sort of stabby pass, wasn't it? Didn't totally commit to it.
Juice.
Ben winning those big pressure points, the 30-all points, the juice points, the break points, the obvious ones. Will that trend remain the same here? He's been brave, courageous, got himself into the forecourt. Not something that Taylor Fritz felt he could do in the previous match against the Frenchman.
Yeah, that's the same thing that Roger was saying on the first break point. Gael there chipping a forehand in the second ball, a ball that I think he could have easily come over and lifted cross court. Find the Shelton backhand on that ball, extend the rally a little bit.
Shelton.
What a huge hold that is. The best chance coming from Monfils on the opening sequence of break points. Didn't capitalize. Shelton keeps him at bay. So impressive. Flighted the slice to perfection, didn't he? Deep into the court. And he has ripped a couple of forehands that's pushed Monfils even further behind the baseline.
Yeah, one of the best points we've seen from Ben Shelton. Really good maneuvering the ball around, patient, finding the short ball finally to put some pressure.
Gael's wife looking on, a winner already today. Took care of Kudermetova out there to move through to her third quarterfinal.
That's classic Gael Monfils tennis right there.
Ben's irritated with himself there for hoisting the lob. Feels as though he should have gone for the more aggressive tweener here.
Pitino.
The Achilles heel of Ben Shelton sometimes is just a lack of consistency within his stroke production. You can go through periods. Here we saw a couple of points back-to-back there with forehands that are not that difficult, really, where he's just a little bit erratic.
How much is it mindset thinking about trying to hit a winner rather than like almost sort of a positional forehand? Particularly not the last one I'm thinking of, the one prior to that, short angle, get him off the court.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the target, he hit that ball long. The target for me should be 8 feet inside the baseline there, and if you're going to miss it, you'd probably miss it wide trying to break the sideline there.
Juice.
Interesting choice from Gael.
Just watching Ben there, he's shadowing his forehand, not feeling that comfortable on that wing, as Brad's saying. Will Gael target that side? Can he find some rhythm on serve?
Advantage, Monfils.
These last 2 games, other than the breaker in the first set, have been the most interesting of the match, really. Just a little bit more intensity, a little bit more pressure for each guy having to deal with things here. That was much better. That was the forehand we were talking about. Gael pulling the trigger on the exact same kind of ball, much shorter in the court, breaking the sideline. Ben's contact point, even on that ball, which he executed on, Ben's contact point sometimes gets a little deep in the pocket, and then he has to use a lot of hand and wrist to try and catch the racket head up and kind of flick the racket head to create the topspin for safety, and sometimes it just gets out of control.
Couple of games here that may get away from Monfils, both of which he should have taken. Can Shelton take a stranglehold on this second set with this break point?
And at the moment, you feel like a little bit that Gael just needs that first ball to drop, don't you?
goodness me, that is a good point. That was a really beautifully constructed point. He coaxed one backhand in the middle there without trying to rush himself.
Yeah, much more controlled on that approach shot. Monfils trying to continue to play that kind of rope-a-dope, like give you the slow ball and let Ben punch himself out a little bit, but it's just too short there. Gives him the opportunity to attack, and that just creates pressure instantaneously for Gael. Erases that break point with the first serve though.
Juice.
Gael talks in the presser after his last win against Fritz about the influx of French supporters here in the last few years. Much greater density of them. And their chance will be encouragement to him to get himself through and somehow scramble to safety in this 9th game. It's not yet comfortable. An absolute rocket of a forehand in the middle of that rally from Ben Shelton.
Ben needs to keep applying that pressure. Gael has not proven yet that he can pass him on a consistent basis. A lot of the time he's gone straight through the middle of the court and just given Ben a chance to play a volley.
Take the needle above the 200k mark again. He can sit down now on his island of reflection, relieved that he's held on to his serve. 5-4, second set to Monfils.
Monfils leads by 5 games to 4.
And gather all the energy that he has for a big push here to potentially try and get away, to get back on level terms, give himself that lift. That was a tough hold. Some of it was self-inflicted. Roger, you know him well. Is there any sense that he's just tiring a bit or not?
No, I think we're just getting a bit of, you know, he can sometimes give you that visual, can't he? But, you know, when push comes to shove now and you step out and you're 5-4 up, you win that first point, he can just come to life and explode and take it, you know, and take the game. So, no, I think he's looking pretty good at the moment.
Time.
Suddenly got very enticing this second set. It was kind of meandering its way along and then all of a sudden burst to life in those last couple of games, and that was a warning shot across Ben Shelton's bows on his previous service game, and he'll be looking to be a little tidier coming out in this very, very crucial next game. As for Monfils, the lift will have come by the fact that he was able to hang on.
Not opening up, being tidier on that first point.
That almost got very tricky when it came down. It wasn't too far away from clipping the tape.
What a weapon that is to possess.
It sounds angry too.
Holy cow.
There were people ducking in the stadium wondering what that was.
I was moving my head because it literally swatting at the ball at full tilt.
Wow. 109 mile an hour forehand from Ben Shelton. A little swag after that one.
Gael Shelton.
Nothing that Monfils did wrong in that game. Great example of just why he is so dangerous, the American, with that serve. Football and baseball's loss in the States. Tennis's gain worldwide. A couple of sports that Ben was playing to a pretty high level when he was younger.
I think it's important for Ben to realize that he doesn't have to do that much with that kind of a ball. Gael's not hurting him a lot off the first balls. Now and then he is, but that one he steps up and he takes a rip at, but he's kind of given this notice that he's playing the rope-a-dope a little bit. If you can just get that return deep on the first ball, I think Ben can use his slice off of that first point.
Pretty explosive tennis between these two at the moment. Mixing shots like they do down at South Bank in the evening. Not that you'd know that, Brad.
I wasn't going to comment on that. I haven't had any shots since I've been here. No shots. A couple beers, maybe. That is frustrating if you're in the Ben Shelton camp. Gael giving him an absolute nothing ball.
Frequency of aces coming fast and furiously for Monfils, making it easier to hang on to his serve. He is the first to 6 in this second set. interesting watching Brian there actually after that point where Ben did just sort of dunk the backhand into the net, but he was looking down the other end of the court like an ex-player, trying to see whether Monfils is just kind of coming off any sort of physical discomfort or fatigue or anything else, because the way that Gael moved to the ball certainly suggested that. As Roger has been giving us wonderful insights in with Gael, that's probably just the way the Frenchman wants it. Catching your attention, making you think of something else.
Yeah, for me, that movement, the way he does that sometimes, it's just part of the whole rope-a-dope.
Time.
Once again, a nice little aerial view of the greatest tennis event in the world, and it has once again welcomed record crowds through the gates here on the second Monday of the Australian Open. Players out on court now for an hour and 40 minutes. And let's once again introduce you to one of the best shots in tennis. Shelton serve.
Questionable shot selection there from Ben when you're playing Gael Monfils. You create a situation here where Gael's forced to play offense. He's not really playing any offense from the back of the court.
Both players flighting the ball flawlessly right to the extremities of the court there.
If I'm in the Gael Monfils camp right now, I want him to be a little bit more of a gambler in this game. Especially right there at love 15, you're in a score situation where take a little risk, try and light up a forehand. The risk reward now is much bigger to take that. Oh, that one was just too good. I questioned the first one. That's one of those ones, you know, as a coach where when it's that good, you're like, great shot. If that had sat up a little bit more like the other one.
You got the world's easiest job.
That's a bailout. Yeah, you know, I always say tennis coaches and weathermen, you can be wrong about 70% of the time and you still keep your job.
Some do.
14.
Well, the times, and there have been just a few in this match so far that he's been tested on serve, he has responded beautifully. Slightly more complicated way that we get to the second tiebreaker this match during the course of that second set. But that's where we land. And whereas in the opening set we were wondering who it was going to be more significant for, this does feel as though it's a must-win breaker here for the Frenchman. Puts a lot of pressure on him to produce.
Much more aggressive forehand again there from Monfils.
1-0. Monfils.
And again, for me, now that we're in the breaker, you got to be a little bit more of a gunslinger.
Shelton fell into the trap of forgetting just what an extraordinary athlete Monfils is.
2-0. Monfils.
Could have done more with that and should have.
Thank you.
Giving him a gift there.
Yeah, Brad, the pressure then, he could have easily come in and taken the volley, but obviously the pressure of the moment. And, well, he's been hitting his forehand pretty well, hasn't he? Up until that moment.
Yeah, especially to that offside. Again, as I mentioned earlier, that's his favorite, that's his most dangerous forehand.
So you may have seen there, Gael's ball toss was so far in front, and so he can't get any cover on it.
Front and right.
Yeah,
Raj, from your vantage point down there, you have a better look at the front probably. For us, man, it was far right on that.
Here's where I think if the ball is a nice volley from up high, isn't it, to be able to execute that and put that away. Here I think is where Gael will press if he gets the opportunity. It's got a little bit of space.
Nice change up. Tracks him all the way. Impossible to get out of the way. Second set breaker. Shelton's going to have to hunt down the Frenchman.
Every point so significant in the breakers. It's a huge point for both the guys here. Wow.
All three.
Trio of perfect shots. Said he was going to pull the pin out, Roger, and he did.
Yeah, and what a different athlete he is when he's doing that. It's in full command. It allows him to have a lot more accuracy with his ball as well, because he's got a purpose with the strike.
something a little different. And Shelton couldn't respond quickly enough.
6-3.
Dialed through the decades of experience he has, the Frenchman, to come up with a second serve and volley for the first time in the match. And a chance now to square things up.
Second set, Monfils.
Rapturous applause for Monfils as he makes it 1 set apiece. What a pulsating end to the second set that was. And Monfils just showing all the class and the court craft in that particular tiebreaker to be able to take it. First set points one down a little bit for Ben, of course. He was almost immaculate in that opener, up above 90%. Second serve points for both, again, just dropping down. But again, very little between these two. And the one big difference, of course, between the opening set, that there were some breakpoint opportunities for both men in that second set. As we take you back to some of the highlights of that second set.
Time.
French fans delighted. Monfils too. Couple of nice little wrinkles in that tiebreaker from the Frenchman that he had kept up his sleeve in terms of the serve and volleys that he threw in there, just catching Shelton off guard. Hard to imagine that a match between these two would have been straight sets or straightforward, and it certainly isn't going to be now. Over 40,000 fans inside the grounds today. A new record for the second Monday.
Shelton.
As we get the third set underway in a first meeting between these two.
Out.
15.
Always interesting after a breaker like that. The intensity level so high. See who can maintain that focus, concentration. Often see a drop off from one of the two players.
I mean, it was such hard work that second set that Roger had to go off and change his shirt.
Thank you.
We don't miss a trick up here.
No, it's tight down here.
Knowing Roger, he's probably got some dumbbells down there. So he's probably working the biceps while he's down there.
I went off 50 push-ups.
I'm surprised the shirt still fits.
The crowd was buzzing though. You can feel that, you know, that they wanted that set. I think they just want an extended match, obviously, with theatre, and these two guys are providing it. And Brad, I think your point's really valid. What happens in these first 10 or 15 minutes? How's that affected Ben? He probably knows he was a tiebreak away from not shutting the door completely, but gee, he's got, you know, you're 1 foot into the next round, aren't you? I know you don't like to look ahead, and for Gael now he looked at his team. He had those eyes at them and staring at them, and now he's, you know, I know he was a believer before he got onto the court, but it's changed It's changed the way this match is going to be played, I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're 100% right, Roger. That second set was so key for both the guys.
You think the players will notice if I do a few push-ups out here? A few court runs.
I don't think it'll throw them off. It's the norm.
Just some court runs in the break. Yeah.
Gael knows how unique you are. He'll be fine with it.
15 love.
Double digits on aces for Monfils.
Let's for service.
Can you say talent?
I can see talent.
You can. You can see it and say it. So easy there with his hand. He's so good at holding the ball. We've seen that a number of times, just freezing his opponent. No idea where he's going to hit that ball.
It's produced beautifully.
This guy. That's quite the celebration right there. We need the sound to go with that.
Ready for play.
His forehand wasn't really close enough to the sideline, and Monfils makes that for fun.
Love the team.
Ben's caught kind of in a rock and a hard place here as he comes in, because volleying short against Gael Monfils is not easy. With his movement, he's going to get to the vast majority of these kind of balls. He got to that very comfortably.
I mean, that's the one I'd like to see. Oh, that is top draw stuff there from Shelton. Didn't have a lot to work with, found something a little special. That volley go back behind Gael, because he almost hits the two-play pass every single time.
Yeah, well, because he's capable of it, because it doesn't matter whether you volley it deep or you volley it short. He's going to get to it most of the time and make you have to hit another ball.
That's how quickly you have to react as well to the big change-up serve. It's like a 70k difference between his top end and his bottom end there.
Good deep aggressive return there. Gael taking a little bit more of an offensive return position there. Squared the racket face, just blocked that hard. Kind of a short, compact swing. Be interesting to see if he continues to try and take that position, or look at a second serve here. Already standing in a bit closer than where he's been throughout the first couple of sets. talked to Brian Shelton, Ben's dad, before the last match, and he talked about how they spent and committed some time in the offseason to working on Ben's volley, his position, net play in general. Great exchange. Monfils getting the better of that one.
Advantage. A little bit more work on the ball as well. This is what happened in the last match. Gael started to up the speed in some of the extended rallies, and then he had the ball on the string for a while. I don't think this will be the case, obviously, because of Ben's big serve.
What a monster second serve. 194 on the line. And there was a lot on the line at break point. Can he find some more breakpoint repellent here? He's going to need it.
Thank you.
Just an amazing get again from Monfils. Miraculous. Magic from Monfils to get the first break of the match, 2-1. And sometimes, although he wouldn't want to say it right now in the heat of the battle, Ben Shelton, you got to say too good. He played that point perfectly and was just beaten by a superior athlete.
The movement. Gael Monfils. A lot of guys on the tour would tell you that he's the best mover on tour, and still potentially is.
Yeah. 38 years young, the Frenchman.
Time.
Everyone in the stadium taking a little exhale. That wasn't the exhale game that Ben Shelton wanted it to be. Finally broken for the first time. His fourth time only in the tournament. But a perfect time in many ways for Monfils, because he gets the luxury of the sit down just to recover physically before stepping up to the line to deliver his service game. Good steal.
Lofty.
And wasn't that that's a huge body blow, isn't it? Because big servers don't generally like to be broken. There's no doubt about that. And so we're going to be very keen to watch his body language, his intensity on the court, see if he can match Gael here. This actually is a big game. And just as big for Gael, not to stop pressing.
Please.
That might be Ben's best return of the match. Interesting, Raj, interesting. Gael taking a relatively deep forehand there. And then coming in behind it. Great volley. What a volley.
Just a great recognition of what was potentially going to come back. That's the shot we've seen precious little of today, but such a valuable one.
13-14.
Saw Monfils in the last game, even though he was victorious in taking it, bent over double after the 20-shot rally. A little bit more of it there. As Shelton looks to hit back straight away. Sensational Shelton. So secure.
Great job by Ben Shelton there. Keeping the rally going, keeping things alive, finding a way to maneuver the ball. Certainly could have come in on that one forehand down the line. Was a little bit cautious there on that one play, but kept himself in the point. It's amazing how first break and then it's like the floodgates open, break right back again after such a long period. Neither guy with an opportunity or an ability to close out the breaks previously.
There was a lot to admire in that rally from Ben Shelton, though, from a maturity point of view, from a shot selection point of view. When you are under pressure to swing the scoreboard back in your favour by getting the break back straight away, the fact that he reset 3 times in that rally was so impressive.
Good read there from Monfils to come forward on that ball.
Oh, he's made it. Did it deviate off the net and go in?
Little help from the net for sure there. Might have gone in anyway. It was going to be extremely close. Came off the net and was inside the line.
He's hit his forehand down the line exceptionally well today. That's the sort of ball that you almost want to take cross court, stay in the rally, but not against Gael. He'll redirect it quickly down the line.
Let's for service.
Incredibly how quickly this has changed around from both players coasting on serve to suddenly every game becoming so competitive.
You see Gael there, as he was before the last point, leaning on the racket like it's a Cain. Gives you that impression like he's about to collapse. And then as soon as the point starts, he's moving like a gazelle.
So again, Shelton just doubling down on the pace.
Yeah, as soon as the points start, Brad, he's running a 19.5, 200. 19.5.
Electrifying leap.
Quickness, explosiveness from Ben Shelton there to get back and up on that overhead was impressive.
Unshakable self-belief Shelton has, and he needed all of it there, having gone behind by the break. He has swung things around in his favour. 3-2, third set. Perfect reaction to the first bit of adversity, really, particularly as it came off the back of losing that second set for Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. To drop serve and then battle back, get the boomerang break right back there. Gael opening the door a little bit. As Roger said, that was going to be a massively important game.
That's the pain of having to give a ball back. She's been to New York where you get to keep it. How much of this is for effect for Monfils when he's doubling up? Or is he genuinely feeling a little fatigue?
Time.
Margaret Court Arena playing host to this fourth round clash between these two wonderful athletes, explosive tennis players. Gael at the last quarter of his career, in the twilight of it, coming good once again for a 13th title in Auckland. If you're just joining us now, he became the oldest player to win an ATP title since Ken Rose won at Hong Kong back in 1977 when he picked up the title in New Zealand prior to coming here. Picks him off, no problem.
Yeah, that's one of the first balls that he's actually tried to pass him on the first ball. We saw the last point of the previous game that Ben came in and Gael literally just hit the ball right through the middle of the court at him. Basically said, here, hit a volley.
Talk to me, Roger, he's definitely going through something here, or is this just Gael being Gael?
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's going through something. There's, you know, what are we, 2 hours, 16 minutes into a major. They've played some pretty grueling points, and it's the fourth round. So I think there's, you know, as we all know, there's the ebbs and flows, right? So he's just probably in one of those dips at the moment, and if he can get out of it like this, that big ticks near his name, and probably in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
I mean, if you did an audit of Gael Monfils' talent, I mean, in so many different departments, he'd sit right up in the top 5%, wouldn't it? I mean, just lethal pace. Languid, loose, as he levels up at 3 apiece. His apex is as good as anyone's.
It'd be very interesting here to see how he is, what he does on return game now. How much effort and energy he's going to commit to this. Little bit of luck there from Ben. I don't think he was trying to play that exactly there.
You don't feel the same way when Tommy hits that one, though, do you?
If he'd hit it like that, I would have said the exact same thing. Ben was a little late in the pocket there. He got surprised by the pace from that ball from Gael.
Ben, just if he can get a clean start to his service games, is probably going to get a couple of those at the back end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the nature of our scoring system, it's about holding serve. Gael needs to save his energy a little bit right now if he's really feeling it as bad as he looks like he is. There's a saying in Spanish that we used to use at the USTA Federation in the United States that I never really liked very much, but the direct translation to English is walk to the ball. That's literally what Gael's doing right now.
Well, he's going to walk extremely slowly to his chair. Is Monfils. Shelton 4-3, third set. Certainly a little more pep in that man's step as he sits down there, 4-3 in the lead. Let's have a little look at what Gael's trying to do to kind of mask the fact that he is feeling it a bit. He's trying not to run perhaps as much. Let's have a look at his second serve return, average hit point in sets 1 and 2. He actually didn't do a bad job against Ben in both sets 1 and 2. He's been above 60% the American for the tournament on second serve points won. So the fact that he dropped him down to 50% in the second was good. But obviously it is going to take more time to build pressure in a rally if you're that far back. So he has dropped up, as you can see there, a couple of meters, 3 meters in fact, up inside and right up on the baseline. But how much of that is due to strategy? How much is that because he's running on vapor? We're about to find out. I don't know much about this game, Brad, but I would imagine that when you have a sort of statement at the USJ National Tennis Center that is translated in a sport like this with walk to the ball, but I don't know. For me personally, it doesn't resonate quite as much with this sport that I watch as maybe it should.
Yeah,
what am I missing?
I don't want to. During the period of time that I was there, they stopped using it.
Really? Why? It's strange to me.
I said it made no sense.
No wonder you guys are improving rapidly.
Great play from Gael. Shortening the point there a little bit. Sorry, Raj?
They know something we don't know, Mark.
You know, I asked Sam Querrey one time what walk to the ball meant to him, and he said, why would I do that?
Boys, when Gael's in this mode where he's trying to conserve energy, how good and big is his ball striking? It's out there, isn't it?
That's what you're saying. You know, it's vodka clear. His apex in these kind of moments is as good as anyone's.
He's actually become much more dangerous as he's gotten into this mode, trying to shorten the points.
Great shot. I love that shot from Ben. I still don't think he uses it as much as he should.
The forehand hook cross court, outside of the ball. He's kind of a natural outside of the ball hitter. That ball should be a very natural and comfortable shot for him. Roger, have you noticed down there on the changeovers, has Gael been eating? Has he been taking gels? Has he been doing anything on the changeovers to try and maintain his energy level?
He's taken a gel, but he doesn't eat a lot. Gael, he's not a big banana guy or anything like that. So he's just sort of working his way through. The forward half of the court now for Ben's available, isn't it? Because Gael's not going to chase too much unless he feels like the scoreboard suggests that he should.
Crazy good return. Crazy good return. Just a little sort of almost continental grip there and just guided it to the baseline. Oh, that is some pickup. A lot of distractions down the other end. I hope Gael is okay.
15. Kind of hyperextended there a little bit, Raj?
Hard to see. I was actually watching the return. I feel like it was ankle.
Yeah, no, it was. I think it was more felt it in his Achilles a little bit, is where he was touching. We saw it on the replay. It looked like he kind of pushed the foot out and it slid out from under him.
And it's interesting for Ben at the moment, isn't it? Because he can't play the images up the other end. You've got to just stay in your lane and look after your side of the court.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing, Roger, just the second before you started talking, because we're so focused on what's going on with Gael right now. It's not easy when you're Ben Shelton down at the other end and you're looking at a guy who looks wounded.
Yeah, it's easy to get a little undertow when your opponent's doing what Gael is down the other end. But it's a necessity for the Frenchman. Ben keeping his focus very nicely, 5-4. And also very important for Shelton to keep on the front foot here, to move Gael in these moments. We've seen how lethal Gael is with a bit of time on the ball from the middle of the court. He can distribute the ball anywhere off both wings. So actually, as much as he is physically in a bit of discomfort right now, you just put the ball back into play. You're actually giving Gael what he wants.
Yeah, you got to be a little bit careful. You got to. Ben's played extremely aggressive tennis and does play extremely aggressive tennis. He's got to maintain that. He's got to keep trying to dictate. The more he can dictate and control the point, and I think Roger's exactly right. Use that front part of the court right now. Gael's giving you a sign that if you hit a halfway decent drop shot, he's not coming forward for that.
Time.
I feel as though time is passing just a little bit quicker on those changeovers at the moment, Monfils.
Now, we did see him taking a gel there. He had a little bit of some type of a liquid, a little drink that he was taking, maybe an electrolyte drink or something with also a little bit of extra energy to kickstart him a little bit. Too good.
Gail's forgiving because he's got a daughter. Baby in the crowd just crying.
The legs were back in that point. Credit to Ben. He was doing exactly what we talked about. More aggressive ball striking, dictating what was going on, making Gael work. Gael was actually moving that point. He wasn't walking to the ball there.
Thank you. Let's for service.
Scary game. Boutique collection of world-class shots. 7th backhand winner. And Shelton, the ultimate quizmaster in there, just kept asking the question. The Frenchman with all the answers.
Frustrating if you're Ben Shelton to see your opponent standing there kind of flat-footed, just kind of stroking balls back into the court. There were a couple there that he hit, I mean, extremely slow. And then you make a decent play coming forward, and the guy just passes you like you're standing still. But again, like we spoke about, if you're in the Shelton camp, if you're Ben Shelton, you step up here, get a good hold.
5 games old.
Which he will most likely do with that cannon that he has for a serve. A lot of psychology involved right now with what's going on there. A lot of physicality, the physical aspects of what's happening with Gael leads to the psychological aspects of what's going on out here as well.
15. Switch it on, please. Thank you. Continue.
Extreme speed attached to that one at 219. Simply done in the end. This time it's Shelton who's first to 6 in this third set.
6 games.
speed he's walking, he's not going to have a lot of time to, when he sits down, to put anything in his mouth or get himself ready for the next game. James Governor is going to call time. Simple part of this for Gael right now is that he's not having to contemplate what tactics to use. He knows exactly what he's got to do. He doesn't really have any options at his disposal until his second or third win kicks in.
Time.
Closing in on 7:30 local time here in Melbourne as the sun starts sliding down. The temperature's still pretty warm and still all to play for in this fourth round match between Shelton and Monfils. Great discipline from the younger American so far in this little sequence here where Monfils is just lasering shots at will.
Thank you.
Eighth double.
That's a bad error if you're Ben Shelton. That was a perfect ball to spread the court a little bit. You didn't have to do a lot there. Just make Monfils move. Get him on the run a little.
All three sets
games all
have the same destination. Who's going to take the prime location into the fourth set?
Thank you.
Great pass from Monfils. Held that ball. Ben over-committing a little bit. Head leaning forward. He's found the corner there, though.
1-all.
Better job of spreading the shots around. Try and find a ball to open the court as early as he possibly can in these exchanges.
2-1. Monfils.
How good was that? That was a rocket. Talking about risk and reward.
Shelton.
Never dilutes his own potential success with self-destructiveness, Shelton. So positive. What a lovely combo.
4-2.
Open up the space with the hook forehand once again.
Interesting to me that Gael doesn't seem to be making an effort in any way to avoid the forehand. Hasn't really played much into the backhand corner now for a while.
Shelton.
Massive lead for Ben Shelton now, given the entire situation. Really is in a position here to, he's got 2 to make 1. Drop a couple of first serves. Third set's in your pocket.
Given the fact that he lost his opening point on serve in this tiebreaker, this has been a seriously good passage of play from the American.
Absolutely, and he's done what you said earlier, Mark. He was being a little bit affected by Gael and what was going on, and he's gotten himself back to being focused on himself and playing his game.
What a collection of forehand winners in that tiebreaker from Ben Shelton. He's a special player, and that was a special performance. 2-1 he leads. Said so many times that this sport kind of really does reveal players' characters, and you've just seen it there from Shelton. Back was a little bit against the wall in that early sort of part of that tiebreaker. He was down a break in that third set, and he has turned things around magnificently. We may not see Gael for a while.
Yeah, I was gonna. How long is this? As we see him kind of taking himself off the court for a bathroom break.
He'll be hoping that the golf cart that brings them out this way can come and bring him back. That was
He said I'll be back in half an hour. And he actually looked at Brian Shelton, gave him a bit of a smile and a laugh, and Brian gave that back as well.
Well, it was another really attractive set of tennis. It always is when we get more winners to unforced errors. You know it's been high class, high quality. Used to get it a lot back in the days when there was a serve and volley, a great return. Of not as much these days. But a good arm wrestle and the tiebreaker won by this man. Ben in a comfortable position, up 2-1 as once again we rewind it to a third set just to bring you some of the highlights of it. And that forehand from Ben as the set went on became more and more important. Another one of those points that Gael does so well by just pickpocketing you. It's hot today, but it doesn't bring the kind of heat stress indicator into play. Otherwise, there would be a guaranteed 10-minute kind of break here between the third and the fourth sets. Monfils won't get that luxury.
There was a little higher degree of humidity today as well.
Yeah, which that index does take into consideration all of those things. It's not just about the pure number in terms of the temperature. It is the humidity and the effect. There's 4 elements to it that and how that affects the body. And Roger, I've got to go back to Gael. I mean, I know you said that there was kind of that period there where maybe he's just waiting for a second win, third win to kick in. You know him better than anyone else. Was that a prolonged period of sort of semi-exhaustion that you'd be worried about at the start of the fourth set?
Oh, I think now, yeah, that took a little long for me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's obviously a level of fatigue now that's sat in. And he comes out to serve first in the fourth. Let's see what he's got. I think it's May potentially that'll be Ben's chance to definitely attack. I'm a bit disappointed you interrupted me while the song's on, Petch, actually. I was actually singing along.
It's a good one.
It's a good one.
Just give us a quick burst of the Rashid vocals.
No, I've got nothing. Leave it to the experts. But, yeah, this is a big ask now for Gael because you...
What's he got left? Good to see him back on court. Still got a lot of runway. He's got to go down to get to the finishing line here.
Definitely had a little bit more life and pace in his step coming back on the court and coming out to serve than he did when we saw him leaving. Be interesting to see his movement here early on. Ben really needs to stay focused on what he was doing there in the breaker and spreading the ball around. Look for that offside forehand especially. That's his biggest weapon off the ground. Two quick errors from Gael. See him patting his leg right there. Wincing in the face as well. Still so dangerous.
15-30.
Kind of crazy, isn't it? Without any kind of leg push, he's still pushing sort of 200 Ks with that first serve, and accurate.
He's got such a loose arm.
Ladies, second service. Ladies, second service.
Well, at the start of the match, that was not the wheelhouse this man wanted to be operating in longer rallies. It is now. Treacherous waters at the start of the fourth for Monfils to try and navigate his way out of. Can't do it.
Shelton.
And you do get that sinking feeling for the Frenchman.
Game, 4 sets.
And I love the way Ben took that game on as well, because he was verbal as well. And so he was, keeping himself up and also letting Gael know that I'm here, I'm pressing. So that was a lot of maturity in that game.
Been working hard on the X's and O's, as Brad's been saying, in the off-season. He also, just prior to that run to the semi-finals of the US Open, he also did the X's and O's on his racket as well, changed up his string, went to a different sort of hybrid, and then it went up 3 pounds on the cross strings versus the mains. Normally it had a normal sort of uniformed string tension, which gave him more control on the returns. I doubt that's probably the last change he makes with his rackets and equipment, but that was a significant one.
Ready for play. Thank you.
It's not always a placebo effect, is it, Brad? Sometimes it really does make a big difference.
The string tension.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of difference.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And we see Gael here in discussion with his camp. Michael Tilstrom there, former player. Been working with Gael for a while.
He's done 25th retirement coming up here for Gael Monfils, and what has been an absolutely epic start to the season for him, winning another title.
Unfortunately, due to injury, Mr. Monfils can no longer play. Game, set, match, Shelton.
Two of the most charismatic characters out there on the tour, with loads of respect. Ben spoke glowingly about Monfils and the highlights he's watched of the Frenchman over the years, the inspiration that he's been to him as a tennis player. And that is a lovely moment, because it just may be that their paths don't cross again on the tennis court.
Yeah, absolutely. As we heard Brian Shelton talk about at the beginning of the match, and Gael, someone that's been very special for Ben since he was a kid, inspired him, made him want to play tennis.
Given the way that Monfils has thrown himself around the court and the way that he plays, it's no great surprise that he has had so many retirements or walkovers, and also the longevity that has been attached to his career. He loves them, they love him. And the world of tennis is a better place when he's playing tennis. You know you're something a little special when that happens. That's not everyday stuff. But the time for nostalgia is done for Ben Shelton. He has got bigger tests ahead. It's been amazing from Gael. First ever top 4 win here in Melbourne at a Grand Slam. Still creating first at this stage of his career. The great entertainer departs as this man once again finds himself back in the quarterfinals of the Australian Open. Ben is going to chat with Roger.
Ben, congratulations, mate. That was super. Once again, I think I was sitting on the side of the court calling that, and I think I'll speak for everyone here. We love the entertainment you put on tonight. Firstly, on Gael, I know he's an entertainer. What does he mean to you? He's almost your dad. Not really. Sorry, Brian. You stay there. I'm going to get to you. Yeah, talk us a little bit about Gael.
Was that a black joke?
I'm not sure. Let's not go there.
No, I mean, Gael is a guy that I've watched since a little kid. I always say that he has the greatest highlight tape of all time, and you guys saw some of that tonight. At 38 years old, I hope I'm still walking without crutches, and to push me the way that he did today, and to entertain everyone in New Zealand and Australia the way he has the last couple of weeks is so impressive, and I hope to be able to create some memories like that with my family watching on at that age, because it's really, really special and unheard of in any sport.
Well said. Going into a match like that, what's the toughest part for you to get that job done? What's the game plan? What was your setup?
Yeah, for me, obviously he's played a lot of long matches. I want to make it as physical as possible. There's a lot of things that he does unbelievably well: counter-punching, making you feel uncomfortable on the court, and getting to net and being able to shorten some of those points where he likes to run was really important. So being able to find that balance. It was really tricky today to do some of that stuff because he was serving so well. But I've seen he's been doing that all week, and yeah, there's a lot of things that makes that guy a nightmare to play. I can't imagine playing him when he was 21, 22 like me.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're starting to become a bit of a nightmare to play in majors. You put your hand up here in 2023, made the quarterfinals. You're a semi-finals to the US Open in 23. You made the last 16 of Wimbledon, and also the third round of Roland Garros. You're back into a quarters. What is it about the majors that floats your boat? Because you seem like a very excitable person once you jump on these courts.
Yeah, for me, majors, you play 3 out of 5 sets. It's this physical test. It's a mental test as well, a serious mental test. And a lot of it comes down to toughness, competitiveness, who wants it more. And I always back myself competitively when I'm in these type of moments. So sometimes it can be tougher for me to get my foot on the gas when it's 2 out of 3 sets, but you play 3 out of 5 sets, you feel like you have all the time in the world. I like to think that I'm pretty fit, thanks to those guys over there, and I can usually go the distance.
I think you've got your old man covered. It's an exciting time for you. we know that as a family, I can just see watching your dad, it looked like he was enjoying it just as much as you. So you're fun to watch, you're refreshing to be part of our tour. The fans love you. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the Australian Open.
Again, baby, again.
Back in the quarters again, and he fully deserves it as well. He may not have had to win all three matches, all three sets in that particular contest, but he had to work extremely hard. We had to see him produce some of the best tennis, particularly in that third set break. He was down a mini break there. It didn't look inevitable that he was going to win the match at that particular stage, but he kind of broke the physicality of the match wide open after taking that third set, and there was nothing that Gael could do after that. Run through the credits, and it will be a very attractive set of credits as well in terms of points won, winners to unforced errors from both those two. There were never going to be a large amount of break points. In fact, we got quite a sort of few in a condensed version at the back end of the second and start of the third.
Yeah, there was. I mean, for a while there, it just looked like it was going to be everyone holding serve very comfortably, and then all of a sudden we got this little span. Gael breaks, Ben breaks right back, and it was kind of everything changed. But a lot of the story of the match, the stats are great, but is about the physicality of pro tennis. Not just this match, but you come in. That's what Grand Slam tennis is all about, right? You're playing your fourth match now, 3 out of 5 sets, and there's accumulation of fatigue that builds up. And unfortunately, Gael today just couldn't quite stay there long enough to be able to compete for the entirety of the match, and that's a result of the time and energy that he's spent on the court before this match. And credit to Ben, a little bit younger, a little bit stronger, and this is what you train for. You train for these Grand Slams. That's what you put the time and the effort in the gym and on the court in the off season to prepare and be able to play this many matches, and hopefully for him, 3 more matches at this level, 3 out of 5 set tennis is what makes the Grand Slams great.
And also interesting, of course, in the next round, he's actually got a little more experience than Sonego at being in the quarters of a major at his young age. He's actually going to go in there knowing that he can go one step further.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, his little section opened up a little bit thanks to a couple of both of those guys, Sonego and Lerner Tien. Sonego coming through today, and yeah, interesting for Ben to be in a quarterfinal where he's the more experienced player at his age and has been this deep in a Grand Slam before. So we'll be interested to see how it goes.
Yeah, unlike today, their paths have crossed. Sonego and Shelton, it's one apiece, and that will be another quarterfinal coming up in a couple of days. We say goodbye for the moment from the Margaret Court Arena. Shelton through to the quarters once again.
In Melbourne, and where would you rather be? A spectacular sunset signaling night 8 of the Australian Open.